Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
I can, thank you very much.
Thank you. May I call Miss Vanden Bogerd, please?
Yes, of course.
Repeat after me. I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
That's lovely. Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Vanden Bogerd. My name is Jason Beer and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Angela Margaret Vanden Bogerd.
You've provided two detailed witness statements to the inquiry, for which many thanks, and thank you for attending to give evidence today. Before we get into the detail of those two witness statements, I think there's something that you wanted to say, is that right?
It is, thank you, if I may. Saying sorry and no doesn't change what's happened, but I do want to say to everyone impacted by wrongful convictions and wrongful contract terminations that I am truly, truly sorry for the devastation caused to you, your family and friends. I hope my evidence will assist this inquiry with getting to the answers you and so many others deserve. Thank you, Mr. Beer.
Thank you. Can we look at the two witness statements, please? The first is 114 pages long, dated the 20th of March 2014, and the URN, if we can display it, please, is WITN 0990-0100. I think there are 7 corrections that you wish to make to that statement. Can we start with the first of those, please, which is page 21, paragraph 36. I think there's an addition that you would like to make to the end of paragraph 36 to insert the following words: further disclosure, poll 0014-2481 and poll 0017-8171 shows I initiated the provision and analysis of the horizon logs in respect of the unexplained loss at the branch. So I'll read that back without the two URNs. Further disclosure shows I initiated the provision and analysis of the horizon logs in respect of the unexplained loss at the branch. Is that right?
That's correct, thank you.
The Second Amendment, page 31, please. Paragraph 62. In line 8. Which reads, "This was the first time I had ever attended an interview with a sub-postmaster." I think you want to add the words of this type of after the words attended, so that it reads, "This was the first time I had ever attended this type of an interview."
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Thank you.
Page 38, please. Paragraph 77. Line 7. The date, the first date, I think you would like to amend 10th of March 2012 to 10th of May 2012. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Page 65, please. Line 1. I think you would like to delete the words as the terms of reference have not been disclosed,
That's correct, 'cause I've seen them since I put this together.
so that it would read, from memory, the purpose of Project Sparrow was to oversee.
Correct.
Page 104, please. Paragraph 223B, which is at the foot of the page. I think you would like to add the words "from memory" at the beginning of the paragraph, so it reads, "From memory, my involvement."
Correct.
And then at the end of the paragraph, add the following words: "However, further disclosed documents show I was involved in discussions regarding overlaps between witness statements."
That's correct. Thank you.
Page 109, please. At paragraph 229, at the end of the paragraph, I think you would like to add the words "further disclosure shows me raising my concerns to Andrew Parsons of Womble Bond Dickinson."
Correct.
So further disclosure shows me raising my concerns to Andrew Parsons of Womble Bond Dickinson. Can you turn to the final page of the witness statement, page 114? Is that your signature?
It is, yes.
And with those corrections brought into account, are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. Can we turn to the second witness statement, which is 7 pages long, WITN 0990-0200. I think there's one correction you would like to make to that, which is on page 6. Paragraph 16. And I think you would like to delete the words starting 3 lines from the bottom, "whilst I cannot,"
Correct.
right until the end of the paragraph.
That's right.
So all of that page from "whilst I cannot" and then over the page to the words "the scheme."
Correct.
And instead insert the words "helpline calls were not audio recorded at the time, it was the call logs that were used for the scheme investigations."
That's correct. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beer, there are 2 sentences ending with scheme. There's the first line and the third line. Where do I stop deleting? Is it the whole, is it right to the end or the first scheme?
It's to the end, sir.
It's fine. And could you just tell me again what the correction includes by way of additional words?
Yes, helpline calls were not audio recorded at the time. It was the call logs that were used for the scheme investigations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is that your signature on page 7?
It is, yes.
And are the contents of the witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief with that correction brought into account?
They are, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I start, please, with your career at the post office? You had an extensive career at the post office spanning some 35 years, is that right?
That's correct.
You first joined the post office in 1985 straight from school, is that right?
Yes.
You began as a post office counter assistant, so working the counters, and were a person who rose up through the organisation, holding, in the end, numerous managerial roles, is that right?
That's correct.
Can I outline your career path as I've understood it? In summary, as follows. You were a counter assistant between 1985 and 1987.
Correct.
You were a branch manager between 1987 and 1996.
That's correct.
You were a retail network manager between 1996 and 2001.
Correct.
You were the head of area for the rural agency in Wales between 2001 and 2005.
Correct.
You were the general manager for the community network of branches between 2005 and 2006.
Correct.
You were the national network development manager between 2006 and 2009.
Yes.
You were the network change operations manager between 2009 and 10.
Correct.
You were head of network services between 2010 and 2012.
Yes.
You were head of partnerships between 2012 and 2013.
Yes.
You were program director for the branch support program between 2013 and 15.
Correct.
You were director of support services between 2015 and 16.
Yep.
You were people and change director between 2017 and 18.
Correct.
You were people services director in 2018.
Yes.
And you were the business improvement director between 2018 and 2020.
That's correct.
Given the length and breadth of your career, do you accept that you had extensive contact with and an understanding of the position of sub-postmasters?
I did, yes.
Do you agree that you lived through the development, the rollout of Horizon?
Yes, I accept that.
You lived through the rollout of the Impact Programme?
Sorry, the Impact Programme.
Do you not remember the Impact Programme? 2005.
I'm not familiar with the Impact Programme.
Do you accept that you lived and worked through the move to Horizon Online in 2010?
Yes, I did.
The production of the Isme report in 2010?
Yes.
The production of the Detica report and the Deloitte reports?
Yep, seen that, yep.
All of the prosecutions of sub-postmasters based on evidence produced by Horizon happened when you were...
Yes, I wasn't involved in those, but yes, they happened during my time.
You were involved intimately in the second site in initial investigation?
Yes.
And with the mediation scheme?
Yes.
And you were extensively involved in the group litigation?
Yes.
Do you accept that your managerial roles permitted and indeed required you to raise issues faced by sub-postmasters to senior management and then latterly to the board?
When I became aware of them, yes. In terms of the board, whether it was directly by myself, probably not, but via my reporting line.
And who was your reporting line?
It depends at what time. So my reporting line, in terms of managerial roles, tended to be Sue Huggins, Kevin Gilliland, Al Cameron, and then my last role was reporting into Joe McLeod.
So if we just go through, when you were head of partnerships in 2012 to 13, who was your reporting line?
I believe that was Kevin Gilliland.
Programme director for the branch support programme 13 to 15?
I think that was Kevin again.
Director of support services 15 to 16?
Sorry, that was Al Cameron.
People and change director 17 to 18?
So I had a dual reporting line, Al Cameron and Martin Kirk, who was the HR group director at the time.
People Services Director in 2018?
Al Cameron.
And Business Improvement Director 18 to 20?
Joe McLeod.
And so you wouldn't have had direct access to the board, is that what you're saying, but through each of those reports, indirect access?
So what used to happen is that that if you took anything to the board, you would normally have a sponsor who was an executive director, and that would have been my reporting line. But I would be called sometimes just to give updates. So on the branch support programme, for instance, I might be called to go and give an update on the paper. But normally your exec director as the sponsor would introduce you into that session, and you would take over and update through the paper.
How many times did you attend the board?
Over my length of career, I wasn't a regular attendant at board. So we had the board, and then below that we had the executive team. So I would probably have spent more time updating the executive team and occasionally go to board for whatever I was doing at the time. So there were other things I would have updated board on because I was involved in other things other than what we've discussed as well.
How many times do you think you attended the board?
I'd say between 10 and 20 over the length of my career, probably. I can't be exact.
You left the post office in May 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
And you describe leaving the post office in your witness statement. If we can turn that up, the first one, it'll come up on the screen.
Okay.
Page 110, please. Foot of the page, please. Paragraph 233. You say, with the settlement being reached in the group litigation in December 2019, my role came to an end. As a result, I was made redundant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can we look, please, at PVEN 50280? And over the page, please. This is a copy of text messages exchanged between you and Paula Venables in May 2020. And can you see that the one at the top is Ms. Venables asking you how you are and what lockdown is like for you, yes?
Yes.
And then your reply is at the foot of the page. Hi, Paula, good to hear from you. We're all keeping well, thank you. I hope you are too. Lockdown has been 24/7 working on COVID-19 crisis management for me in recent weeks. However, I leave the post office on Monday, just finalising the details of my agreement, and it's not common knowledge in work yet, but the time is right for me to leave. The last year has reinforced that for me. Don't know what I'll do going forward, but I'm looking forward to pastures new. I'm glad some things I've said have been useful for you. Take care, etc.
Yes.
You say it wasn't common knowledge in work that you were leaving, but the time is right for you to leave. The last year has reinforced that for you. It seems from this that it was what had happened in the previous year that was relevant to your decision to leave. Is that right?
That's correct.
In that time, the post office had lost the Common Issues trial. Mm-hmm. The post office had lost the Horizon Issues trial. The post office had failed successfully to appeal to the Court of Appeal. And the post office had reached a settlement of over £50 million with the group litigation claimants. You had been significantly and deeply criticised by a High Court judge. Yes. Were those relevant to your reasons for leaving?
Not really. It was what came after that.
So, what came after that?
So I think, just to set the context, so the only, when I moved into the business improvement role, that was the first time that I'd been exclusively working on that role. So throughout the whole of my career, including the investigations for second sight at the start, the scheme, that was in addition to my day job. So it was additional responsibilities. So when I moved into the business improvement role, that was full-time supporting GLO. So technically, when that ended, my role was redundant, but I didn't leave straight away because that was in the December and I left in the May. So after the settlement, then I was asked then to look at the Horizon Shortfall Scheme, what that would look like. And I spent some time working with the lawyers. It would have been HSF at that time. And I think, for me, I got a bit disillusioned in as much as we had settled, and therefore my view is we should now push on and deliver what we said we would, which is the Horizon Shortfall Scheme, as quickly as we should. And it just wasn't happening. And
Why wasn't it happening?
Because there was lots of discussions around what that should look like, how long it should take, and I just got very disillusioned. I mean, so my comment to the business at the time was that the Horizon...
Sorry, the document can come down, and can you move forward slightly and make sure those two microphones are angled towards your mouth?
Okay, is that better?
A bit better if you can keep your voice up.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry, I do tend to drop my voice, so just let me know and I'll raise it. So
you said that you said to, and then I missed who you said it to.
So it was a general conversation within the business. I said, the success would be measured by how quickly we pay out compensation, how much compensation we pay out, and how little we spend on solicitor costs in doing that. And I was concerned that all of that was reversed, so we were spending quite a lot of money on solicitor costs, and we weren't progressing applications through that scheme as quickly as we should. So by the time I left in the May, no payments had been made, and we weren't any further forward. So I just got very disillusioned with, I suppose, the intent of the business to resolve what we'd agreed that we would do.
And who was driving the intent of the business to not do the three things you've identified?
I'm not really sure, because the lawyers were heavily involved at the time. It just didn't seem to get the traction I thought we should have. So my view was, we'd come through the very difficult trials. We'd agreed the settlement, and therefore we accept that's the position, and we should move on and do what we should do as quickly as we should.
So it wasn't the loss of the trials and the criticisms of the judge that prompted you to leave. It was disillusion with the Post Office delivering on its commitments.
For me, personally, yes. I mean, I had a conversation with Paula before we went into the trials that I was thinking of leaving the business. And that was because I felt at the time I was being pigeonholed into the litigation, and I wanted to explore other things from a career perspective. So it wasn't something I hadn't discussed previously, but at that time Paula had asked me to stay because of my extensive knowledge of the business and the fact that I'd been close with the initial investigation with Second Sight and the scheme. So I agreed to stay, but it was just that it was a personal thing for me. As you say, we weren't delivering on what we said we would as quickly as I thought we should do.
Did the revelations made by the Horizon Issues judgment not have any impact on you in terms of your career and decision to leave at all? The fact that for the first time a person in authority, a High Court judge, had found the existence of, say, 30 bugs, errors and defects that either had or had the potential to cause shortfalls, a fact that the Post Office had been denying for decades, have some impact on you?
I think, well, that was obviously the final position, but I think as we went through the GLO, it was obvious as we were going through that things were, in terms of what I was seeing, there was stuff that I wasn't aware of before. So for me, it was kind of, we were on that journey anyway. The extent of the judgments, I think, was a surprise. But having gone through the whole process, and I did attend the 2 trials every day, but so I could see that coming together as they went through. So it wasn't a complete revelation, but that wasn't the reason for me leaving the business. From my perspective, it wasn't my reason. It was the fact that, we just weren't delivering on what we said we would deliver. And I felt quite strongly about that.
Even though you had been directly involved in the second site initial investigation and in the mediation process, neither of which had uncovered the bugs, errors and defects that the judge found to have existed. That didn't have any impact on you at all.
Well, I wish we had uncovered it, but the evidence from our investigations, the evidence just wasn't there to support it. But what I wasn't aware of, and my team weren't aware of at the time, was the amount of so the known error logs, for instance. What we weren't aware of known error at the KELs at the time. So those things came out later, as we were in the GLO process.
I think that's one of the 5 main things you say in your witness statement. I'm going to summarise your witness statement, if I may. Firstly, I think you make no concessions or admissions that you did anything wrong, correct?
Well, I didn't knowingly do anything wrong, and I would never knowingly do anything wrong.
You don't apologise for your role in any of the events being examined by the inquiry, do you?
I think, and I've reflected on this quite a bit, and the disclosure that I've seen through this process, there are things that, documents that I've seen that I don't remember some of them from the time, but clearly, knowing what I know now, I would give further weight to some of those documents than I did at the time. So they would have more significance. So things that I might have missed at the time, then I really regret that, and I wish I'd been able to see that back then.
But still, knowing what you know now, in your witness statement, you don't apologise for anything that you did wrong, do you?
I apologise for not getting to the answer more quickly, but with the evidence I had and the parameters of my role at the time, I did the best I could and to the best of my ability.
What you say is you blame Fujitsu for not being transparent with you and the post office.
Yes.
That's the third thing you say. You lay the blame at Fujitsu's door.
Well, from my perspective, because we'd set up the mediation scheme. We had reached out to Fujitsu in terms of being able to get the information from them for us to be able to do the investigations. They put a project manager in place that we funded to be able to get us access to the information that we needed. They knew what we were doing, yet we didn't get sight of any KELs. Now, I didn't know KELs existed, and nobody that we were working with in the business knew that at the time. What I've subsequently seen through the disclosure, and what some of this did come out as we were going through the GLO process, is that there were people within the organisation,
within the post office, that were aware of, I presume, known error logs, but I'm just talking about the service management kind of department, where they will be dealing with Fujitsu at that level on a daily basis and working that through. Now, that wasn't available, and I certainly wasn't aware of that when we were going through the scheme. That's the fourth thing you say. The first you knew about known error logs, KELs, was in the course of the group litigation.
Yes.
When in the course of the group litigation?
I'm not really sure, but and it wasn't the detail of the KELs; it was more KELs. So as Andrew Parsons particularly was preparing the case and bringing papers to, I think it was the PLSG, then that's probably the first time, and we started to have some queries coming in from the legal team into me and then out to my team to be able to go and find some information on it. But that was the first time. But I really can't put a date on it.
You say, lastly, that you had no knowledge of any material bugs in the Horizon system until the second site investigation reported in July 2013.
So at the point we were feeding information to second site for the construction of the interim report, then we disclosed 2 bugs. And that was a surprise to me. I wasn't aware of those up until that point.
Can I, before we get into the detail, just look at some of the language you use? Go back to your witness statement at paragraph 29 on page 14, please. It'll come up on the screen. The top paragraph, which is paragraph 29, and the word before memory on the previous page is from. You say, from memory, Second Sight were putting together their report, and the legal team said that they had been made aware of a couple of anomalies which they needed to disclose. This was the first I'd heard of any bug, so it was a surprise, which is what you've just told us there.
Yeah.
And then looking down the page, at paragraph 30, about 3 or 4 lines from the bottom. We scroll a little further, 5 lines in fact. As mentioned in the paragraph above, it was only when the Post Office disclosed to Second Sight that there were 2 anomalies within Horizon in 2013 that there was any suggestion that the system was not foolproof, but even then a rational explanation was provided by IT experts. You refer in this statement in a number of places, as we've seen here, to anomalies.
Mm-hmm.
Did you choose that word because you wanted to characterise bugs, errors and defects in Horizon as something which is odd, peculiar or strange, i.e. the definition of the word anomaly?
No, it was simply that was the word used at the time. So when I think it was Simon Baker was involved and brought that to my attention, and I say the legal team, I think it was Andy Parsons and Rod Williams, that was the conversation. It was just the word that was used at the time.
Do you remember a diktat that the word anomalies should be used?
Sorry, I missed that question.
Yeah. Do you remember a diktat, an instruction, a suggestion that the word anomaly should be used?
No.
Over and above bugs, errors and defects?
No.
Can we look, please, at poll 0038-0985? We can see this is an email from Paula Venables to you at about this time, July 2013. We can see you're on the distribution list there, in which he says, my engineer computer literate husband sent the following reply to the question, what's a non-emotive word for bugs, errors, computer bugs, glitches, defects that happen as a matter of course? Answer, exception or anomaly. You can also say conditional exception or anomaly, which only manifests itself under unforeseen circumstances. Do you remember this?
I hadn't remembered this, but I had seen this. I think it was brought up yesterday or in the course of this phase. So I did remember it at that point.
Was this acted on by you? That rather than referring to things as bugs, glitches, defects, you should use the words anomaly or exceptions?
So I don't believe I ever used the word exceptions. Anomalies, so Simon Baker pulled together the information to provide to Second Sight, and he headed it up, anomalies, and that's why I just adopted the word anomaly. But in my statement, I've referred to bugs.
Yes, you have in other places where
Yeah.
we've asked you a question about bugs, errors and defects.
Yeah. So I think and I'm sure there is a technical categorization for each of bugs, errors and defects. I don't know what that is.
But reading this now, can you see this is an attempt through the use of language to control a narrative? Mr. Blake might call it Orwellian.
Yes.
Is that what it was like working in the post office at this time? That language was controlled? to lead the narrative?
We certainly had, in all my time at Post Office and Royal Mail prior to that, then we always had agreed messaging. So, you know, in terms of consistency of messages and words that we would use. I didn't think too much of this at the time. It was, you know, the important thing for me at the time was there were 2 bugs, errors or defects, however we wanted to term them, that I wasn't aware of up until that point. They were explained to me as, you know, this, you know, every system has these things. It's how you deal with it. It's important, and we just moved on from there. But it didn't strike me as something really unusual at that point.
What didn't strike you as unusual?
In terms that we were
a preferred use of language.
Yeah. So the agreed language that we wanted to use there, and if it's come from Paula's note, was anomaly, and that's what Simon had put. So when he shared that information, they were headed up anomaly.
Looking at it now, can you see what perhaps sits behind this?
Yes.
What do you think sits behind it?
As you said, it's about controlling the narrative. It's about using a consistent... I don't think it actually worked here, because...
That's a different issue.
Yeah, because we, you know, as I've defaulted straight to bug, but it was... I agree, it was an attempt to control the narrative in terms of what we were saying.
And what do you think the intended effect was to use language of exception or anomaly rather than bug or glitch or defect?
Well, I think from Paula's note, she says a non-emotional, is that what I think she said there, but a non-emotive word. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I mean,
do you think it's about emotion?
Well, I don't think it's about emotion.
It's trying to suggest something materially different, isn't it? An exception or anomaly carries with it the implication that it's odd, that it's strange, that it's peculiar.
Yes.
Whereas a bug, what does that suggest? Or a defect in your system, what does that carry with it?
I think for me it carries that it could be exceptional in as much because we hadn't seen many of them, but I think the word of a bug is a bit more routine. So there's that's what we expect from that situation. As I say, I didn't give it too much thought at the time. It was anomaly is the word that Simon had put onto the information he shared, and that's why I've picked it up in my witness statement, because when I was referring to the documents. But as I say, I've instinctively defaulted to bug.
Can I turn to a different aspect of information handling, that of legal professional privilege? To your knowledge, did the Post Office from 2011 onwards, at least 2011 onwards, seek to use claims of legal professional privilege as a tool to cloak communications in privacy?
I didn't think so at the time.
Does that mean, looking back, you can see how it sought to do so now?
So from the information I've seen as part of this process, then I think there was a tendency to do that.
Did it seek to regulate its conduct and carry out its communications in a way that maximised the possibility of cloaking its communications in privacy so that they wouldn't have to be disclosed?
Again, I wasn't aware of that.
Can we look, please, at poll 0017 6467? Can we look, please, to start with at page 2? This is an email of the 20th of October 2011 to you, amongst others, from Emily Springford. And if we look at page 3, please, and scroll down. Thank you. We can see that she was a principal lawyer in dispute resolution, I think in Royal Mail Group.
Yes.
Do you remember Emily Springford?
No, I'd never met her.
Go back to page 2, please. It's about disclosure and evidence gathering in the context of the JFSA claims, and it addresses 3 topics: document preservation, document creation, and the information that's needed to respond to the letters of claim. And I think you've seen this.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. We've seen it before and recently, so I'm not going to read it out. Can we go to something new, which is your communication on page 1, please? Can we see that you send this on to a collection of people? Mr. Breeden, Miss Norbury, Miss Richardson, Mr. Wales, Mr. Lawrence, Miss
Yes.
Buchanan, etc. Yes?
That was my lead team, my direct reports.
So you were sending it on to your team, yes?
Yes, I was.
And what did, in broad terms, the people who were your direct reports do?
So there was a mix. John and Lynn were contract. They managed the contract advisors team. The rest then were. So just to give a bit of context. So this, when I took over, I took on additional responsibilities. I think it was towards the end of December 2010. This was the new team that came together. So it was bringing different areas of responsibility at the time. So Lynn and John were contract management team. The rest had been my existing team, which were managing the network of provision of post offices, opening, closures, and also I think at this point I brought in the training and audit function into this as well.
Okay, and they would have had people working under them and people
Yes.
working under them. And would you expect them to distribute that to the people working to them?
Yes.
So it would be cascaded down through the business in that way?
Yes, it would, yes.
And if we see you forward Miss Springford's email, and in the second line you say, with the litigation being a strong possibility, our legal team has issued some guidance, some advice, guidance and directives in the email below. Once you've read the email, I need you to action the relevant sections. But I want everyone in our team to be aware of the need to, 1, preserve all documents which might be potentially relevant to these claims, and you set them out.
Yep.
And then 2, mark communications in relation to these cases, and as detailed below, legally privileged and confidential. Did you think that message really reflected Miss Springford's advice?
Yes, I did.
I.e. mark all communications in relation to those cases legally privileged and confidential.
Yes.
But that wasn't Miss Springford's advice, was it?
So I thought I was just simply passing on Miss Springford's advice because, as I said, this was a fairly new team coming together. Lynn and John particularly would have been aware of this, these type of requirements, where the rest of the team wouldn't have been. So that was me just simply passing on the instruction and the requirements from Emily Springford.
What she had said, we can see it on page 3, in the second paragraph from the top. Third line, as litigation is now a distinct possibility, a document will be privileged if its dominant purpose is to give or receive legal advice about the litigation or to gather evidence for use in the litigation. This also applies to communications with third parties. And then first bullet point, if the dominant purpose of the communication is not to obtain legal advice, try to structure the document in such a way that its dominant purpose can be said to be evidence gathering for use in litigation. Now, without for the moment addressing the question of whether or not what Miss Springford advised was correct or appropriate, she was saying that only where the dominant purpose of the document was evidence gathering might it, in connection with the litigation, might a document be said to enjoy privilege. That qualified her advice, didn't it?
Yes.
What you advise, page 1, scroll down. Mark communications in relation to these cases, i.e. the list of cases, legally privileged and confidential. You've dropped the bit about only if the dominant purpose of the communication can be said to obtain or receive legal advice.
That was me just summarising, because I'd asked them to familiarise themselves with Emily's note, asked them to read it, and it was just me just bringing their attention to, this is important. I need you to be aware of what Emily's asking us to do, and asking them to comply with that. So there was nothing else other than me just summarising.
Let's look at it this way. At the very least, you understood all communications in relation to those cases as now being legally privileged and confidential.
Well, that's not what I've said. I said marked communication. I didn't say all. But this was a new situation for me. I'd not been involved in disclosure before, and a number of my team wouldn't have been involved in disclosure before. So this was me just passing on the requirements and the requests from Emily.
You're not passing it on, are you? You're passing it on, and then you say you want everyone in the team to be made aware of the need to do these three things.
Yes.
And the second of those things is materially different from what she advised, isn't it?
So that wasn't my intention. This was just, my intention was just to bring it to the fore of people's minds in this newly formed team, so that they were aware of what we needed to do. And the third bullet point was making sure that they treated all of this as a priority, because that, I think at the time, as it was laid out to me, is the legal team sometimes struggled to get the information they needed out of the business in
You're
a
talking about a
fashion.
different thing now, which is about the priority of communications.
Yes.
I'm talking about the second bullet point. So if we just focus on the second bullet point, you at least understood that all communications were to be treated as legally privileged and confidential, didn't you?
That's not what I was saying in here. As I said, I just tried to summarise what Emily had asked.
Why did you tell them to mark communications in relation to those cases as legally privileged and confidential, when that's not the advice that had been received?
I can't remember back that far, but as I say, my intention was only really to pass on what Emily had asked in terms of summary. I'd asked them to read what she'd said. I can't remember any further discussions after this. And yeah, I can't remember anything further after that in terms of what we did. But if there were any queries about what they were doing, then they would have raised it at the time, and I can't remember any.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn, please, then, to issues of substance? And firstly, the question of remote access.
Okay.
Can we turn to your witness statement on page 10, please, at paragraph 19? I just want to examine what you say in your witness statement about remote access, and then go and look at some of the underlying documents. You say a document is an email from John Breeden to me on the 5th of December 2010. I cannot recall this email or the content of the pack he attaches. Having reviewed the email, I've noted that Lynn Hobbs advised Mike Granville and Rod Isme that she had, quote, found out that Fujitsu can actually put an entry into a branch account remotely. Yes? So you're saying that in an email that was sent to you on the 5th of December 2010, you were told that had been discovered that Fujitsu can put an entry into a branch account remotely, yes?
So Lynn had said that to John, and then John had forwarded Lynn's email to me.
So it's the equivalent of you being given that information.
Second hand, yeah.
Does that make a difference?
Inasmuch he was bringing it to my attention for information, so I think it's a slightly different thing.
Different thing to what?
To actually getting it directly with, to action. As I think I said in here, this was something I wasn't aware of and hadn't been aware of previously, and I don't actually remember receiving these emails. And I did ask for, post office for, can I have my response to this? Because I would.
And there isn't one.
There isn't one. Because I
Okay,
couldn't
well,
remember.
put it this way, you got an email on the 5th of December which said, in terms, that Fujitsu can actually put an entry into a branch account remotely. Agreed?
That's what Lynn had dropped into her email, yeah.
Let's try again. You had been given information on the 5th of December 2010 that Fujitsu can actually put an entry into a branch account remotely. Agreed?
In that email chain, yes.
Thank you. Can we go forwards, please, to page 15 of your witness statement? At paragraph 31. And you say, pre-2011, I had no knowledge of the ability of Fujitsu employees to alter transaction data or data in branch accounts without the knowledge or consent of sub-postmasters.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
But that's not right, is it? Because you had been told about it in the email of the 5th of December.
But as I said, I don't ever remember seeing that in December.
That's a different thing, whether now you remember, 14 years later, receiving an email. You're saying in the witness statement here, I had no knowledge of the ability. Whereas in fact you did have knowledge because you'd been sent that email, hadn't you?
But without seeing that email as part of this, I would have no knowledge. That's all I'm trying to say is the first conscious knowledge of that was the email from Tracy Marshall, which would have been several weeks after. So the John Breeden email was, I think, the 5th of December, and a month later, this information came from Tracy Marshall.
So you, the light bulb moment for you was not the Breeden email of December 2010, it was the Marshall email of January 2011.
Yes.
Okay. Can we look at the Breeden email of 2010 then, please? Poll 308 8956. Page, the first page is from Mr. Breeden to you and copied to a number of other people. Yes?
Yes.
And he forwards a chain, if we look at the bottom of the page, Miss Hobbs, do you remember who Miss Hobbs was?
Lynn Hobbs, I do, yes.
And tell us.
Oh, sorry. She was I think it was the general manager of the support network. John Breeden, at this time, and I can't remember the switch of responsibilities to me, but John Breeden would be reporting to Lynn and had done for quite some time, as did Lynn Norbury.
And so did Lynn Hobbs indirectly report to you?
No, Lynn was more senior than me.
I see. She says, this is the last email exchange I had with Mike Granville about the BIS meeting. The attached documents were what Mike was proposing to send to BIS. I haven't seen anything further, but I did have a conversation with Mike about the whole remote access to Horizon issue. The view being expressed that whilst this may be possible, it's not something we've asked Fujitsu to provide. I don't know what the final outcome was. I'm also forwarding 2 further emails, one from Rod Isme, which is the final report he produced as a result of a request from David Smith. And then over the page, please. The second from Mike Griffiths with a document that was sent to Biz in August as a briefing in advance of Ed Davies' meeting with JFSA.
So that's Mike Granville.
Sorry?
Mike Granville.
Yes.
Sorry, you said Griffiths.
And then cut into Lynn Hobbs's email is her reply to Mike and Rod saying, I found out this week that Fujitsu can actually put an entry into a branch account remotely. Came up when we were exploring solutions around a problem generated by the system following migration to Horizon Online. This issue was quickly identified and a fix put in place, but it impacted around 60 branches and meant a loss or gain incurred in a particular week, in effect disappeared from the system. One solution quickly discounted because of the implications around integrity was for Fujitsu to remotely enter a value into a branch account to reintroduce the missing loss or gain. So Post Office can't do this, but Fujitsu can. I think you'd agree that's very significant information, isn't it?
Yes. But prior to this, I would have had no awareness of any of this stuff.
Which makes it even more significant. No?
In as much as this was something that I wasn't aware of, I said, I don't recall seeing this. And then looking at Lynn's note, which is quite a strange note, the way she's dropped this into an email chain, which I find quite strange.
Strange for us too, because we can find no record of it anywhere else.
I've never seen an email like this before, where something's just cut in. You'd normally forward the email or attach it. So I find this really strange. But I think at this point, so Lynn left the organisation shortly after. I think this was, in looking at this, I think this was Lynn just passing over to John things before she left, and John was coming into my team.
So just taking a step back from this, this is an email chain forwarding to you the Rod Isme report, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And at the same time it's forwarding you the Rod Isme report, it's telling you something about remote access. Mm-hmm. Yes? And the beginning and end part of this bit that's cut in is about the remote access, and the bit in the middle is about the context in which remote access has arisen, correct?
Yes.
So it's saying that there is a facility to put entries into branch accounts remotely. It provides the context in which that issue had arisen, 60 branches, and a fix, and how do we correct the error that has occurred? Shall we use this? No, let's not use this remote access, because that has issues of integrity about it. But in any event, Fujitsu can do this.
Yes.
That's what it's telling you.
Yes, it is.
Can we go back to paragraph 16 of your witness statement, please? It's on page 9, please. Scroll down, please. You're dealing with the Isme report here. You say, whilst I cannot recall receiving the report, I assume I would have been reassured by its content at the time. You then say some stuff about knowing what you know now.
Yes.
And you say in the last 3 lines, notably, the report says there is an absence of backdoors. Yes?
Yes.
And then you set out some information you now know. So you're saying that you would have been reassured by the contents of the Isme report, yes?
Yes, but I don't remember seeing that in December. I definitely saw the Isme report. I'm not sure when. I thought it was at a later date than that. But
well, we know that you got it on the 5th of December 2010 because we've just looked at the email chain.
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't remember it from that point, but I do remember reading the report, and I thought I had it separately, but not at the time that Rod put that together, which I think was August.
You say that you would have been reassured, and seemingly you would have been reassured because the report said there was an absence of backdoors, yes?
Yes.
But the very email chain that brought this report to your attention said something very different, didn't it?
I'm not sure for me that registered as different. I think...
Well, no, let's look at what your reaction was as a separate question to what the facts are. You would agree that the very email chain that brought the Rod Isme report to your attention said something very different about the absence of backdoors, didn't it?
Well, it didn't mention backdoors. It said that they could inject.
They could Fujitsu could remotely access and inject transactions.
So I think the backdoor bit is quite different, I think. So, so for me, the absence of backdoors feels that that's done in an uncontrolled way, whereas if they could inject, which I later learnt about balancing transaction, which is that kind of scenario. So I think for me that the two just they're not the same thing to me.
What's the difference?
So as I say, I think the backdoor is, I think, more of an uncontrolled way, whereas the injecting is done in a controlled way.
And so do you think you made that distinction at the time?
Probably not.
This is you rationalising it now?
And because I know more now than I knew then. So I think at the time, then, as I say, I don't remember getting that email from John, so that didn't register with me at the time. And the fact that Lynn, who was more senior, so just to put it into context, so my direct report was into Sue Huggins at the time. Sue and Lynn were peers, so Lynn was senior to me. The fact that she'd mentioned in there that she'd raised it with Andy McLean, who again was at that level, but in IT. And I think Mark Burley was a project manager within that space as well. The fact that she'd raised it and they were looking at it, but she didn't have an update. I mean, when I look back there wasn't a sense of urgency about that I would have expected had she been really concerned about what she'd learnt.
That can come down, thank you. The importance of Mr. Isme saying that there were no backdoors into Horizon was that it meant that all data entry or acceptance was at branch level, correct?
Yes.
And was tagged against the log-on ID of the user, correct?
Yes.
And the significance of that was that the ownership of all accounting was truly at branch level, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The email that we looked at was saying that ownership of accounting was not at branch level, wasn't it? It was saying that Fujitsu can remotely inject transactions, can alter it.
Yes.
Did that not undermine, in your mind, what Mr. Isme had said?
I think the difference, and I think this is an important bit for me, was if something were to be injected into a branch accounts, was it with the knowledge of the postmaster whose accounts they were? And I think that's a really important aspect of it.
And the email didn't say anything about knowledge of postmaster, did it?
It didn't say either way, whether they were aware or not, no.
It was saying that if we did do it, there would be issues about integrity.
Yes.
Didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was hinting or suggesting that this was all being done above board with the knowledge of sub-postmasters?
I didn't really think about it at the time.
Can we go back to the email, please? Poll 308-8956. So this is the chain that forwards you the Isme report in December 2010. How well did you know Rod Isme?
Not very well at that point. So he was, we were part of the senior leadership team, and we periodically got together for conferences and things like that. But
would you meet him on a monthly basis?
No.
How frequently was your contact?
I wouldn't have met him in terms of the course of my role prior to this. So this was the first time. So stepping into this role was the first time that I really started to work with Chesterfield, which is where Rod was in charge of Chesterfield. Prior to that, I wouldn't have had much involvement with Rod at all.
So he was head of product and branch accounting at this time?
That later became Finance Service Centre, but yeah.
And if we go to page 2, please, we can see that Lynn Hobbs' email went to Rod Isme originally, yes?
Yes.
Because it's addressed to Mike and Rod, and she has written into her own email, my reply to Mike and Rod. You say that you think this is a very strange way of writing emails.
Yes.
But cutting and pasting something into your own email rather than either attaching that email or forwarding it.
Yes.
As I've said, we haven't had disclosed to us, there's no trace whatsoever of the email in Mr. Isme's inbox. Are you saying that at the time you would have regarded it as suspicious that this had happened?
Yes, as I said, I don't recall seeing this, and that would have struck me as being really strange. I just find it a very strange way to do something, because whatever and how I saw things during my time at the post office is you either had the email forwarded or it was as an attachment. So you had the complete chain of communication regarding whatever the topic of that was. So just coming back to that, so I think had I seen this, this would have struck me as being really odd, which is why I think I didn't see it.
Are you saying you did not see an email that was sent to you?
Yeah, I don't recall.
That's a different issue. If you just go back to page 1. Whether 14 or so years on you can now remember receiving an email is one issue.
Mm-hmm.
You were tending to suggest a moment ago that you did not see this email.
Yes.
How are you able now to say positively you did not see this email?
So what I'm saying is I don't remember seeing it, and the fact that the way it's constructed is really strange, and I think that I would have remembered that at the time, because it strikes me as being really, really strange.
Did you read your emails?
Yeah, normally.
Would there be any reason not to read an email?
Volume of work.
What about one that's about briefing the sponsor department, the Department of Business, Innovation and Skills?
So as I said, this was a new work area for me. I hadn't been involved in this type of work before. I think the 5th of December, I think was a Sunday, because I've looked to see why, I've not picked this up. But I tended to read all my emails, but I also tended to respond to all my emails as well. And this is what strikes me as really odd, because I didn't have a response to this one.
In any event, the Isme report was brought to your attention in the context of a discussion about what had been said to the Department of Business Innovation and Skills earlier in 2010. Would you agree, looking at it now, that Mr. Breeden's emails did not make it clear whether the department had been told about Fujitsu's ability to tamper with branch accounts?
Yes.
Would that not have been a very important issue for you to have got to the bottom of? I
say at the time, this was a new area for me, and and I wouldn't have given it that much attention. So the people who would have been involved in that would be Mike Granville. That was his role, and Sue Huggins, who was my boss, and I think Mike Granville reported into Sue at one point as well. That was her area, so it wouldn't have registered with me at that time.
But there was a possibility that the single shareholder had been told that the post office had got a significant issue on its hands, namely its supplier could tamper with branch accounts.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be something that you would want to get to the bottom of?
As
What has government been told?
As I said at the time, this didn't register. Well, I don't believe I saw it, but actually it didn't register because prior to this, I mean, this is the first time of me getting involved in anything to do with Horizon integrity. Prior to that, from the time that...
Sorry, Ms van den Bogerd, the point I'm making is that it's in the context of the single shareholder, the government,
Yes.
being briefed. And therefore, it's very important to find out what has been said to government and what the true position is.
Mm-hmm.
And what you tell us, you've told us today, and what you said in your witness statement, is that there might be good reasons why there's no follow-up to this.
Yes.
On paper, because Lynn Hobbs left the organisation shortly afterwards.
Yes. Or that it had been dealt with. I saw nothing coming out after this to tell me, well, actually what had happened to it, or that wasn't a problem.
Was this dealt with offline, i.e. so as not to leave a paper trail?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was it dealt with by verbal discussions only?
So I'm not that I was aware of. Whether those conversations happened, because I would have expected the follow-up to that to have happened with Lynn, Andy McLean, who says she'd referred it to, and Mike Granville, and also Mark Burley. So I'm not aware of anything as a result of this email pack.
Thank you, that can come down. The email, as we've seen, referred to the context in which the discovery of remote access had been made. Mm-hmm. Remember the incident that had been discussed in a meeting involving 60-odd branches back in October 2010?
Yes.
Yes? Can we look, please, at that? Poll 302 8838. This is the, I think, the only record that we have of either what happened or what was to happen at that meeting in October 2010. And if we look at the attendee list, I think we can see that there are 6 members of the post office present, and they're the first 6 on the list.
Yes.
Did you have responsibility for any of those?
No.
Can we turn to page 3, please?
Sorry, not at the time, I didn't.
Yes. Nor in December 2010 or
No.
January 2011. Can we go to page 3, please, and scroll down? Can you see the proposals for how the bug was to be addressed in relation to the affected branches? And can you see under solution 1, the proposed solution 1 was to alter the branch figure at the counter to show the discrepancy. Fujitsu would have to manually write an entry value to the local branch account. The impact would be when the branch comes to complete the next trading period, they'd have a discrepancy they'd have to bring into account. The risk was this has significant data integrity concerns and could lead to questions of tampering with the branch system and could generate questions around how the discrepancy was caused. This solution could have moral implications of the post office changing branch data without informing the branch. Would you agree that this record, even though that solution was not in the event adopted, makes it clear, firstly, that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts remotely?
Yes.
And secondly, they could do so without the branch being able to see it or to know about it.
Yes.
Did you speak to any of the 6 people on the attendee list after receiving the Lynn Hobbs email?
No.
Did any of those people draw subsequently those 2 material facts? Fujitsu can tamper with branch accounts remotely, and they can do so without the branch being able to see it or to know about it, to your attention?
No.
Would you agree that those 2 facts, if they were to have emerged, would have significantly undermined the reputation and integrity of Horizon?
Yes.
At this time, October 2010 into January 2011, the Post Office was wedded to maintaining the reputation of Horizon, wasn't it?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I wasn't aware of this document until much later in the GLO.
How has it happened that this additional record, in addition to the December 2010 email chain, hasn't found its way to you? What's gone wrong?
Well, I think back in 2010, then I wasn't involved in anything to do with Fujitsu or Horizon issues. It was I only started to get involved in 20. So there was the Tracy Marshall email, which was in advance of the Ferndown meeting that I attended, and again that was me just coming into that because my boss, Sue Huggins at the time, was out on holiday, and then we came into the Shoesmith's letters about the individual branches. So this wasn't my domain at all.
But you were beginning to look into Horizon integrity at the end of 2010, beginning of 2011, weren't you?
No, I wasn't really. So it was really only when Second Sight came into the business when I started to work with them around the spot reviews. So that's where I would say I stepped into looking at this type of issues. Prior to that, I wasn't.
Or was it that you and others within the Post Office studiously avoided lifting the lid on what had happened at the meeting of October 2010, when the receipts and payments mismatch bug was not only discovered, but also was revealed Fujitsu's ability to tamper with branch accounts?
I wasn't aware of this, and I wish I had been aware of this at the time, because that fundamentally changes what my understanding was to do with Horizon System. And even just the language used in here, clearly it was known. And the fact, and you can't get away from this on this document, that they were consciously deciding what to do and what not to do and not to share. And that's hugely alarming.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment for our new system of 2 10-minute breaks to take the first of them. Can we say until 11:10, please?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Beer. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thanks.
Ms. van den Bogerd, can we turn to the second series of correspondence relevant to the issue? We've seen that you referred in your paragraph 19 to an email that you received from Tracy Marshall dated the 5th of January 2011. Can we turn that up, please? Poll 0029 4728. Can you see at the top, it's an email dated the 5th of January to you and others from Tracy Marshall.
Yes.
And her title was Agents Development Manager. Can you explain what that was, please?
I don't actually remember what she was doing at the time.
What relation did she have to you and your work?
Not an awful lot at that point.
Why was she writing to you?
So it was to Kevin, really. So I think Kevin, I'd asked her to, I think she was part of Kevin's team. I think Kevin had asked her to do something. I don't remember having any conversation with Tracy about this until I got the email.
Do you know what the context was for Kevin asking?
It was the Ferndown meeting. So I'd been asked to, as I said earlier, to attend this. It wasn't something I would normally do. But Sue Huggins, who was my line manager at the time, who reported to Kevin, was on holiday. So she'd asked me to step in.
And so the subject is Horizon system issues. And item 2 reads 2. Post Office or Fujitsu having remote access to individual Horizon systems. The first paragraph, Post Office cannot remotely access systems and make changes to specific stock units, etc. Fujitsu can remotely access systems, and they do this on numerous occasions on a network-wide basis in order to remedy glitches in the system created as a result of new software upgrades. Technically, Fujitsu could access an individual branch remotely and move money around. However, this has never happened yet. The authority process required and the audit process are robust enough to prevent this activity from being undertaken fraudulently. The authority process itself would take several days and would require a number of representatives from the business to provide concurrence to the activity, including head of network services. If a change were made remotely to an individual branch account, it would be flagged on the business's data ledgers and would appear as a mismatch in product and branch accounts in Chesterfield. PB&A would then investigate to determine whether the mismatch was authorised internally or not. So although changes can be made remotely, they'd be spotted and the person making the change would be identified. Now, the inquiry has heard evidence that suggests that the claim that Fujitsu had never used its capability to access individual branches and move money around is incorrect. By the time you received this email, did you know that?
No.
The inquiry's received evidence that the authority process stroke audit process to prevent the activity from occurring was not robust, and that there wasn't sufficient assurance that it was not being used fraudulently. At that time, did you know that, receive evidence to that effect?
No.
The inquiry's heard evidence that Fujitsu would sometimes use a sub-postmaster's user ID to inject transactions into branch accounts so that the standard ARQ data produced subsequently could not distinguish between injected transactions and those made in the branch. Did you know that at the point of receiving this email?
No.
The inquiry has received evidence that there was unauthorised and unauditable privileged user access by Fujitsu. Had you heard about that by the time of receiving this email?
No.
Or how long it had been in operation for?
No.
And what a concern it had been within Fujitsu that this privileged user access existed and was unregulated?
I had no knowledge of any of that.
I'm told that you need to speak up.
Sorry.
Significantly, please.
Significantly, okay.
Thank you. The month after you received this email, sorry, within the month, I think it's the next day, you interviewed Mrs. Ratchbell Athwell in Old Street, London, yes?
That's correct.
This was the Ferndown branch with which she was concerned in Dorset, is that right?
That's correct.
And she was the sub-postmistress of that branch, wasn't she?
She was.
And can you summarise what had happened to Mrs. Athwell?
So I wasn't involved in what happened. From memory, there had been an issue on audit and she had been suspended. The first I became aware of it, and I put this in my statement, was when Lynn Hobbs had contacted me, because my role at the time was providing, as I said, network services, branches, opening, reclosings, but also providing mobile post office services as well. And she'd asked me would I be able to provide a mobile post office outside this branch or close to the branch if she needed me to. And that was the first I became aware of anything to do with, and I can't remember when. It would have been a few months or leading into this, because I don't remember when the audit and the suspension actually took place. But that was the context. That's what I was aware. I knew it was high profile because Lynn had told me, and I believe Dave Smith was the MD at this point, and he had got involved. Paula would have been the network director at this point, I think.
That can come down, thank you. And the issue at Ferndown had involved an unexplained loss shown on a dormant stock
right.
unit. Do you remember?
Yes.
A relatively small amount of money, I think.
I think so. I think it was hundreds as opposed
to... Yeah, £700, I think.
Yeah.
And so you attend this interview at Old Street. Can we look at the transcript of the interview, please? Poll 0029 4743. What was the purpose of the interview?
So from my understanding, it was to re-establish the relationship, because I think as a result of the suspension and some of the issues around that there was a breakdown in the relationship. So that's what I thought the purpose of the meeting was.
To re-establish the relationship between the post office on the one hand and the
sub-postmistress. Well, Mrs. Atwell was the sub-postmistress, but it was actually Val, her husband, who was very, I suppose, the most vocal in the meeting. And I understood at this time that Val had been talking to the press and things like that. So, but it was essentially to, so Mrs. Atwell had been reinstated, and at this point, and it was really about just re-establishing that relationship, which is what Kevin was looking to do.
If the purpose was to re-establish the relationship, why was the meeting tape recorded?
I don't know, actually, because it wasn't typical that we would have recorded these type of meetings. I don't know, but it was, and that would have been, I think, probably at Kevin's. I'm not sure. I didn't really question it.
If we look, we can just see the explanation given by Mr. Gillibrand. Thank you. Just for the record, again, the purpose of recording the interview is to make sure we've got a factual record of the meeting. We've agreed the content of this meeting will remain confidential. The information discussed is not to be shared with other parties unless the express permission of all attendees around this room is given. And Mr. Athwell says, I've got a problem with that.
Yeah.
Again, can you help us? If you're trying to re-establish the relationship between a husband and wife postmaster mistress team, why do you tape them?
As I said, that wasn't my decision, and it's something that we didn't normally do. The only time we would have recorded interviews is where it was one person, from a post office perspective, having a meeting with somebody else, is what we would normally do. Otherwise, we would take notes. So I don't know. I mean, I don't recall having any kind of pre-meet with Kevin on this. As I say, I'd stepped into this because my boss wasn't available. So I'd say I can't add anything further to that, I'm afraid.
We can just scroll up and see who's present. Mr. Gillibrand and you. Helen Rose. Why was Helen Rose there?
So Helen Rose was part of the security team, and I think she was an analyst. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I asked her or whether Lynn had asked her to look at the information, so that we could establish what had happened in the branch, and that was Helen's role.
And then Mr. and Mrs. Athwell and Mark Baker from the Federation. Can we go forward to page 3, please? The top of the page, and this is Mr. Baker speaking. So have moved forward from where we left with Andy Bayfield when he did the appeal, and he accepted during the interview that the initiation of the stock unit that had been closed down for some months prior to that, to use Ratchpell's words, came back into life with money in it. He said that could only be caused by one of two ways, and that was either by a human physically doing it within that branch, or it has been generated by the computer itself for one reason or another. And he was going away to get to the bottom of that. And as far as I'm concerned, on the technical issue, that's where I'm still waiting to find out how this has happened. And that was accurate, wasn't it? That Mrs. Athwell had been reinstated, but there remained a mystery how on a closed down, a dormant stock unit, money had suddenly appeared in it.
Yes.
And there needed to be some technical explanation or investigation of that, didn't there?
Yes.
And you say, AB, that's you, Helen has looked at the information from the logs and has taken that information and put it into a working file for herself, so she can, because as you can appreciate, that's an awful lot of data that would be for that branch, and put it on there and can track where that amount of money has moved through the system in your branch. So she can talk you through that, and we can do that right now. And then Mr. Baker, if we see what he says, about 4 lines in, he asks a question. Was it something someone did in the branch, or was it something the system has done? Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And then if we can go forwards, please, to page 11. I'm just reading these to give you a bit of context for what the issues are. Towards the foot of the page, about 8 lines in, starting with the item 152, Mr. Gillibrand says, well, we can pinpoint where the figures have come from. That's not true. We can pinpoint where every figure comes from. Mr. Athwell, can you manipulate those figures behind the scenes? Mr. Gillibrand, no, we can't. Mr. Athwell, no, you can't get into the system, are you saying? Mr. Gillibrand says, no, we can't. Mr. Athwell, no, you can't get into the systems. Answer, no. Mr. Athwell, you cannot get into the Horizon system. Mr. Gillibrand, no. Over the page. He says, yes, you can. Mr. Gillibrand says, no, we can't, no, we can't. And then you say, nobody in the post office can get into the system. Anything you've seen on the screen has been logged against a user logging in on the system against a password that only that individual should have in the office. We don't want to know what passwords are, so we cannot access those systems at all. In the light of the email that you'd received the month before, on the 5th of December, what you said there wasn't true, was it?
So on the 5th of December, Lynn said, post office can't, Fujitsu can.
Yeah.
And that's what I've said there, that nobody in post office can get into the system.
Oh, come on, Miss Vanden Bogerd. Are you saying that what you said overall there is accurate?
So that is accurate. We'll go on to talk later about Fujitsu, I believe. But in terms of what I said there, that was accurate. Post office, nobody in post office can get into the system then. And I still don't think anybody can now, even today, even 4 years after I've left the business.
It was inaccurate by not being a full account, wasn't it?
So
Nobody in post office can do this, but we found out that people in Fujitsu can. That would be the open and transparent thing to say, wouldn't it?
So at the point here, as you can tell from the notes here, it was quite confrontational between Val and Kevin. And I came in at this to try and calm, so we could actually start having a proper conversation there. But what I've said there is correct. Nobody in post office can get into the system. And then Val went on to say about business development and the Chesterfield team, and still nobody in post office can get into the system.
Did you think that was the honest thing to do, to only talk about post office, when you knew very well about Fujitsu's facility remotely to access branch accounts?
So I think it was important in terms of the distinction. Nobody in post office can, and that's what I was saying. The conversation goes on, but all I was doing at that point was distilling the confrontation exchange between Kevin and Val.
It carries on. Mr. Athwell, okay, you probably can't, but your business development or whoever they are in Chesterfield can. Nobody in post office can do that, you say. Mr. Athwell, are you sure about that? Do you want to go back and ask somebody? I've already asked. You have. Well, I've got some contacts as well within Fujitsu, and I've asked them, okay, and these will come out in the open later on. And what did they tell you? Sorry, and what did they tell you? Did they tell you that people in post office can access? Yes. Post office cannot categorically access information in branch because it's all done against a user ID. Fine, I'm okay. Sorry, I'm not going to argue with you over it. I'm not going to argue over it. And then Mr. Gillibrand, but it's a fact nobody in post office can access Horizon. They can't manipulate any of the data. Fine. Why were you not being open about Fujitsu access?
So all the information I had was what Tracy had put into the email of the day before.
No, you had the email from Mr. Breeden of the 5th of December.
But what I've said is I didn't remember seeing that email from John Breeden at the time. So this is really my first recollection of anything to do with questioning the system.
This is within a month of receiving that email, almost to the day. It's about the very same subject matter. Are you saying you airbrushed it from your mind?
Well, I don't remember even seeing it. So, and that's what I struggle with, because...
Well, maybe we struggle with it too. Is what truly happening here is that you're telling us that you don't recall it because you know that the email of the 5th of December 2010 presents you with a problem?
No, not at all. I mean, I wish I had remembered that information, because that, coming into this meeting with the further information, would have been, I would have known a lot more. But in this meeting, I came in on the back of the email that came in the day before from Tracy into this meeting. So that was my first recollection of that information. So the December note from John had no bearing on me in this meeting.
Why? It's about remote access. This is about remote access.
But because I said I don't remember seeing that email, so that if I hadn't seen it, then I wouldn't have taken that knowledge into this meeting. This, for me, was the first time that I'd actually seen, in my head, seen anything to do with remote access. And as I said previously, in my other roles, this hadn't come up as an issue.
Can we go forwards to page 47, please?
Can I take it, Mr. Beer, that in the parts of the transcript which immediately follow the exchange you've been looking at, the issue of whether or not Fujitsu could gain remote access doesn't arise?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Can we go forward, please, to page 47? And scroll down to entry 857. You say, you claim there's a glitch in the system in reference to the £436.81. I think that's part of the £700 that showed up on the stock unit. And Mr. Athol says, and the £400 on the audit that they carried out. You say, we've demonstrated for the information that we have. He interrupts and says, no, you haven't. You've satisfied yourself. You haven't satisfied me. And you say, well, I have satisfied myself because I've seen the information, and that is down to a user at Ferndown under a password only known to that person who has accessed that system. Nobody else could have done that. So therefore, I'm satisfied that was not a glitch in the system. He says, but the £400 transferred out of the safe into a stock unit with a recipient on that stock unit wasn't even logged on, didn't even work that day. How do you explain that? You say, well, I haven't looked at the evidence. I can't, but I'm sure, given that I'm confident in the system. You started this interview by asserting to the sub-postmaster and her husband that the security of user ID was important, didn't you?
Yes.
You knew on the basis of both the email of the 5th of December 2010 and the email of the 5th of January 2011 that Fujitsu could remotely access the system.
So as I said, I don't remember the 5th of December one, but on the email that Tracy sent to me, that was all the information that I've been provided with on that at that point.
Can we go back to page 41, please? Mr. Baker says, as you can appreciate, it's a very simple computer at the end of the day, sitting at the end of an ISDN line. If someone knows what they're doing, they could hack it if they've got the access rights. But of course, records would be kept to that somewhere, because you can't even look at a computer without it keeping a log of what's gone on. You say, as an audit trail. He says, but you know it is technically, ultimately, someone within Fujitsu could get into a unit and do whatever they need to do. And you say, not without being seen to have done that mark. Mr. Gillibrand says, this is military-level security we've got with Horizon. It's highly encrypted. It's very safe. It meets all the external tests. Why didn't you reveal what you had learnt in the email of the 5th of December?
Because, as I said, I didn't remember seeing that email, and therefore that had no bearing on my discussion at this meeting. So the information I took into this meeting was from the Tracy Marshall email that came in the day before.
So this is a month after you received the Hobbs-Breeden email Why wasn't that ringing any bells for you?
Because as I said previously, I don't recall receiving that email, and the contents of that email hadn't registered if I had seen it, and I don't believe they did, because as I've said earlier, it would have stuck in my mind because of the way that email was constructed, because it's very strange. So I do not believe I had seen the contents of those emails coming into this meeting.
How was Tracy Marshall qualified to tell you about the integrity of the Horizon system?
So Tracy Marshall herself was passing that on from, I forget who she said, I think it was Andy McLean. Again, I think it was referenced. He would have been a very senior person in IT.
She said that she had had conversations with Andy McLean and Dave Holbert.
Okay, so Dave Holbert, again, is a very senior person in the IT function. So whilst Tracy, and I can't speak for Tracy's knowledge of Horizon or for IT capability, she wasn't an IT person, but Tracy would have had the experience and known that if Kevin had asked her to get some information, that it would have been really important that she got the information and passed it on as she had received it, which is what I believe she did in the email.
You were being challenged here by a trusted sub-postmaster and her husband, weren't you?
I didn't know them, and I have no doubt to dispute that they were anything other than trusted.
Did you do anything to investigate whether what Tracy had told you was right in the light of this interview?
No, I didn't. I took it at face value, and as I said, it came in, I forget the time on the email, but it was all kind of back to back coming into this meeting.
It's at 4:59, I think, on the Monday, and on the Wednesday, and this is on the Thursday.
Yeah. So as I said, this wasn't my meeting. It was Kevin's meeting. He'd asked me to come in and support him. I thought more from an operational perspective, because I think Kevin did work in a branch at some point, but he didn't have the relevant and up-to-date experience that I had, and I thought that's why I was there. And then the email from Tracy came in very late, and I took that at face value. And I had no reason to doubt what Tracy was saying. I trust her in terms of her professionally, having worked with her a number of years since, mostly after this, but I had no reason to doubt what she said, or passed on anyway.
That's what's going around in my head. At 4:59, if I've got what Mr. Beer or you just said, you get information from her to the effect that in certain circumstances, Fujitsu can access the branch accounts. You have no reason to doubt what she's told you.
Yes.
The following day, you're being challenged about whether the post office can do the same, in effect. And you're saying unequivocally, no, they can't. But what you're not saying is, but even if it's only saying to yourself, as I understand you, but hang on a minute, Fujitsu can do this, so shouldn't I be looking at that?
So what I didn't do in this meeting, and I accept, is I didn't volunteer that information, but I have said...
Why is that? So
I think this, for me, I wasn't really, from my understanding, on solid ground, because I hadn't talked to anybody about it. I took it at face value. I didn't understand the technical aspects, and therefore I was relaying. Kevin was the more senior person. He'd obviously been involved in those discussions with Tracy, and I was basically answering some of the questions. Mark had said somebody in Fujitsu can, and I basically accepted by saying, but not without being seen to have done that, Mark, which is what Tracy had said.
Thank you. That can come down. Then I move forwards a number of years to the evidence that you gave in the Horizon Issues trial. And I should say immediately that I'm going to leave the question of your role in the build-up to the trial and your role in the group litigation generally to others to ask questions about, and in every other respect, the evidence that you gave to others to ask questions about, and the findings that Mr. Justice Fraser made. to others to ask you questions about. This is the only thing I'm going to ask you about. Can we look, please, at FUJ 0016 3744? Can you see that this is the 18th of March 2019 in the High Court, and this is a transcript of the evidence that you gave?
Yes.
Yes? And if we go forwards, please, to page 53. And you're being asked questions here by Mr. Green, Patrick Green, King's Counsel, on behalf of the claimants. And he's asking you about a witness statement you made in November 2018, if we just scroll down. And he says, and you made this witness statement in November 2018. This was something you were aware of when you made this witness statement, isn't it? And you say yes, i.e. the possibility of inserting transactions. And you say the possibility, but I've never actually seen this happen. The possibility of it, yes. And he says, how long have you known about that possibility? i.e. that's the possibility of inserting transactions. You say, this is something I've not, because I've not experienced it myself. I've not known of it that long, actually. He asks, could you give the court a rough idea of how long you've known it was possible? And you say, in terms of inserting transactions, the last year or so. Question, who told you about it? Over the page. And you say Fujitsu. Yes? So just go back to the bottom of that page. You're telling the court that the first time you knew of the possibility of inserting transactions was in the last year.
Or so, yes.
That was false, wasn't it?
Well, at the time, I didn't think it was.
No, that was false, wasn't it?
So, if I can just explain. So, what had been happening in post office was there was the message on remote access kept changing. So we would ask, so there'd be some information that said, you know, there were claims of this happening, and then we'd get pushback that it didn't happen. And coming into the GLO, we were still asking questions of Fujitsu and still getting changing messages. So from me, this was about the balancing transaction, which was the first formal recognition I knew of inserting a transaction, other than the legacy system, but it was the balancing transaction that I since learned had been used in March 2010. So when I answered the question, that's what I had in my head, which was, and that was, I couldn't remember the date, and I still don't know the date, but it was leading into the trial that I became aware that that was actually something that had happened.
You've used the word formally and actually in the answer that you have just given. In what respect were the communications of December 2010 and January 2011, the latter of which you took at face value, not formal or actual communications of the position?
Because the position changed after that, from what I understand, is that we were asking, and I never actually spoke to Fujitsu myself about this, and I never actually spoke to the IT guys directly in terms of Andy McLean. Position was changing, and therefore, and there was very strong messaging coming from within post office that these things weren't possible. So it was only really when I had the balancing transaction information confirmed that really registered with me that that was the formal position, and there was evidence of that hadn't taken place in March 2020. March 2010.
You were suggesting here that you'd only come to know about Fujitsu's ability to insert transactions in mid-2018 or so.
So this,
i.e. in the last year or so, weren't you?
So that would have been about, going in, so my recollection is coming into the GLO prep, so working that back about 2017. would have been my recollection, but I couldn't put a date on it. And I still can't put a date on the balancing transaction.
So why didn't you say, well, hold on, I got this, I was told about it in December 2010? Or January 2011?
Because I think at that, as I say, at that point, the messaging had been changing. And
Well, I'm not that concerned about messaging, more interested in the facts.
that was my recollection at the time, that it was the balancing transaction that for me was that formal recognition from Fujitsu that that could be done. Just
by way of side issue at the moment, in paragraph 200, that can come down, in paragraph 223 of your witness statement, you say that you recall discussions between the Post Office legal team and possibly the Post Office IT team, Fujitsu and Gareth Jenkins, in the course of the preparation for the civil litigation, but you were not involved in those discussions, and therefore you can't assist as to the extent to which Fujitsu or Mr. Jenkins provided assistance in the group litigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you confirm that you had no contact with either Mr. Jenkins or Fujitsu in relation to the provision of the witness statement that you gave in the High Court?
So I think there was only two, I think there might have been two, but there was, so I spoke to Gareth about the lepton issues. At the time, the Helen Rose was looking at that.
So that was back when the events were happening, not in preparation for the GLO. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. Although the Helen Rose report was part of the GLO, so I don't remember if I spoke to Gareth again about that.
Sorry, to be clear, you can't remember whether you spoke to Mr. Jenkins again.
Yeah, I don't
preparation.
think I did. I mean, I don't know Gareth Jenkins. I've not met him. There was some email correspondence I definitely remember, and I think I might have spoken to him maybe once or maybe twice, but I don't remember the detail. So I had some correspondence with him about lepton issue, but I think that was previously, and I'm not sure if I spoke to him about the Angela Burke information. I don't remember if I spoke to him directly or not.
Did you ever meet with Gareth Jenkins?
No, I've never met Gareth Jenkins.
You say that in your evidence under cross-examination in the Horizon Issues trial, just for the note, Fujitsu 0016-3744 at page 25. In paragraph 214 of your witness statement, if we turn that up, please, which is on page 101. Please. Paragraph 214, you're dealing with your common issues witness statement here, and you say in the second line, for the most part, this was derived from my own knowledge.
Yes.
Some of which will have been drawn from documents you've read over the years. And so that wasn't derived from any conversations you had with Mr. Jenkins at that time?
Sorry, what? Sorry,
the contents of your common issues statement.
So most of my common issues statement was more broadly about the post office and how it operated.
Yes. And then what about the Horizon Issues witness statement? Any of that derived from communications with or conversations with Mr. Jenkins?
I don't think I had a conversation. I can't remember, but I don't believe I spoke to Gareth.
Okay, thank you. That can come down. For the group litigation, were you asked to participate in any disclosure exercise?
No. Not that I remember.
So you weren't asked to look at your emails?
Oh.
To turn up, for example, the email of the 5th of December or the email of the 5th of January?
No. So I think the disclosure exercise was done set within the business and everything was pulled that way. I don't remember being asked to go back and look at anything or to search on my particular laptop for anything.
Did you yourself go back and look at your emails or other document repositories so that you could consider your state of knowledge on the issues relevant to the Horizon issues at trial for the purposes of preparing either your witness statement or your oral evidence?
No.
So you didn't think, I'm going to be asked about Horizon integrity, I should look at my email account to see what I have received over time about Horizon integrity so I can give straightforward and open evidence?
I never searched back. I don't remember the December emails, and I wouldn't have even known where to look for that, because I don't even remember receiving them. And the Ferndown interview really was, for me, it was less about the Horizon integrity and the remote access. It was more about that supporting Kevin in that meeting, and it was about the relationship reset. So I didn't, going into the two trials, I didn't search through my emails regarding that, and I would have forgotten about those emails anyway. But I said I don't even remember having the one from John.
Isn't that the reason that if you're giving evidence in an important case to the High Court on oath, you might conduct an exercise in self-reflection and say, I'm going to check my emails, see what I knew when?
I wish I had, but I didn't.
So you maintain that the emails that we've looked at of December 2010 and the 5th of January 2011 were not either shown to you by solicitors preparing your witness statement or found by you as part of an evidence readying session?
Yes, I don't remember. I mean, it was only coming into this exercise that I remembered the Ferndown having been involved in it at all.
Did you conduct any exercise of self-reflection on what you knew about the live issues in the Horizon issues trial? Search your own diaries, search your own email inbox and sent items. Look through any notes that you may have made.
For the Horizon trial?
Yes.
So the most content for the Horizon trial is I pulled from the investigations that my team had done in the cases. I didn't do any searches on my my laptop. And in terms of my diary, not that I can recall.
And why not?
I don't know. Because I didn't think it was relevant in terms of information I was given. I just didn't give it a thought. And nobody suggested at all to me that was something I should be doing.
When giving evidence today in preparation, you seem to have researched whether the 5th of December was a Sunday or not.
Yes.
Why didn't you give that care and attention to the previous occasions when you gave evidence?
So I think the difference with this inquiry approach is I had a list of documents to review, I had a list of questions to consider, and I did research that really well as far as I could. That was a very different approach to when I give evidence in the two trials. And I think looking back and coming into this, I've come into this with knowing what more to expect, and I've made sure that I've familiarised myself with everything I've been provided with and requested more information when I think there was more. I didn't have that same approach going into the two trials.
Can we go back then in time, still looking at remote access, and look at poll 0011 5919. This is a briefing note, as we can see, prepared for Paula Venables in relation to the second site review into Horizon, and in particular the implications of their interim report. It's draft and it's dated the 2nd of July 2013. If we look at the foot of page 2 for some context, please. I should say that this is all part of the background being briefed to Miss Venables. And paragraph 7, it records that Susan Crichton, Leslie Sewell, Elwyn Lyons, you and Simon Baker met Second Sight on the 1st of July at 3 p.m. to obtain a clearer picture of Second Sight's interim findings and the timing for delivery. Yeah, so you've seen Second Sight the day before this document to work out what they're going to say, essentially, in their interim findings. Agreed?
I don't remember, but yes, it's there.
And if we go forwards, please, to page 4. Under the heading, the two anomalies. The document says, we also understand Second Sight interim report will discuss two anomalies in Horizon's operation. These were found by Post Office Limited and voluntarily communicated to Second Sight, i.e. neither was identified by Second Sight as part of its review. And then the first is badged up as the 62 branch anomaly. This is the receipts and payments mismatch bug, if you remember, the thing that was discussed at that meeting in the autumn of 2010, at which it had become apparent to 6 post office people, including Messrs Marwood, Tundall and Wyn, that remote access was possible and allowed Fujitsu to tamper with branch accounts without a sub-postmaster's knowledge. Then a summary is set out. It affects, if we just read the first part, A, it affects 62 branches, concerns the receipts and payments mismatch in Legacy Horizon, in Horizon Online, when discrepancies were moved into the local suspense account. Appeared first in March 2010. Majority of incidents occurred between August and October 2010. The losses ranged from those two amounts. Identified by Horizon's built-in checks and balances. Could have been identified if the sub-postmaster had carefully scrutinised their final balance report. 17 branches were adversely affected. Sub-postmasters notified in March 2011 and, where appropriate, reimbursed. Sub-postmasters who made a gain through the anomaly were not asked to refund this. Predate separation would have been dealt with by Royal Mail Legal, and then sets out the reason for delaying notification to sub-postmasters. And then and then it continues on the 14 branch anomaly, which is something else. Yes?
Yes.
Who was responsible for this summary of the 62 branch anomaly?
I think it was Simon Baker that pulled that together.
Did you contribute towards this?
No.
Did you read it before it was submitted to Miss Venables?
I don't recall. I don't remember seeing that before. But I can't be sure.
Do you know why it doesn't pick up, in this context, the remote access issue?
No.
Do you know why it doesn't reference what you knew as a result of the December 2010 email and the January 2011 email?
As I said, I don't remember the December 2010 anyway. But no. I just don't remember this at all. So Simon was pulling this together, if I remember correctly. Simon was part of the IT and change space, and Simon would have been best placed to have that information. But I'm sorry, I can't answer anything further than that.
Can we move on then to 2014, please, and look at poll 0030 4439. And start by looking, please, at page 3. There's an email in 2014, the 10th of April 2014, from you to Andrew Wyn and Alan Lusher. So by this time, I think you were head of partnerships, is that right? Yes, we can see that on the footer. The mediation scheme's up and running now. Yes, Second Sight's produced its report. And you say to Alan and Andy, as part of a mediation scheme case submission, the applicant is referring to an email, a copy of which I'm trying to track down. You have been mentioned in respect of this email, quote, with the Andy Wyn Alan Lusher email in the case of Ward, which explicitly states that Fujitsu can remotely change the figures in branches without the sub-postmaster's knowledge or authority. And you asked them, as a matter of urgency, to send you a copy of that email, associated emails, and any other associated information. So you're asking them for a copy of the Wyn Lusher email, essentially, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Can we look, please, at the Wyn Lusher email? Poll 0010 7650. Poll 0011 7650. Foot of the page, please. Scroll down a bit, please. Thank you. Mr. Lusher to Mr. Wyn. I spoke to you a few days ago about a suspension at Rivenhall, over the page. Got a good understanding of the problem. Skip the next paragraph. Mr. Ward, the sub-postmaster, raised one, that on a number of occasions, figures have appeared in the check line of his account. He suspects these have been input into his account electronically without his knowledge or consent. He's certain he's cleared and remmed out checks in the correct way, and he tells me that checks must be properly cleared on the system to progress to a new account. He's made good about £10,000 and has not made good about £11,000 of the shortages. He claims that because of the abnormal nature of these entries, the shortages have just not rolled over from one branch trading statement to another. Sub-postmaster's contract remains suspended. And then the reply on page 1, please. The only way scroll up, please. The only way that the post office can impact branch accounts remotely is via the transaction correction process. These have to be accepted by the branch in the same way that in-out remittances are, I guess. If we were able to do this, the integrity of the system would be flawed. Fujitsu have the ability to impact branch records via the message store, but have extremely rigorous procedures in place to prevent adjustments being made without prior authorization within Post Office and Fujitsu. These controls form the core of our court defence if we get to that stage. He, that's the sub-postmaster, makes a casual accusation that's extremely serious to the business. As usual, he should either produce the evidence for this or withdraw the accusation. Can you see that?
Yes.
So that's the email that you're after, yes?
Correct.
Can we go, please, back to poll 0030 4439? And if we scroll down to page 2, please. Bottom of the page. Angela, please find attached an email which may be the one referred to. I believe it is that email that we've just referred to. I've records of a significant number of documents, etc. Would you like me to send everything to you? Top of the page. Thanks for sending this email through, very helpful. And so in 2014, you were being told as well, that can come down, thank you, that remote access by Fujitsu was possible.
From Andy Wynn's note, yes.
Did you reveal that to the High Court when you gave evidence?
Don't believe I did.
Did you forget about this email too?
So I think I've raised that internally to get to the bottom of it, but I can't recall. But
you told the High Court that you only learned about the facility to insert transactions about a year before giving evidence. So far, we've looked at the December 2010, the January 2011, and now an April 2014 series of emails that are telling you about that facility. Agreed?
as I've said, the balancing transaction was the first formal notification that I recall being made aware of. Before that, there were a number of, and you're quite right, the emails, but I have, and the Andy Wynn, I did something, I can't remember exactly what, in terms of getting under the skin of that, because there just seemed to be a number of almost throwaway lines on horizon integrity or things like that that just weren't being evidenced. And it was the balancing transaction for me that was the first time it was proof that that did exist and it had actually been used. So I'm not sure exactly. I mean, when I gave my evidence to the trials, it was on the basis of what I understood to be true at the time. There will be, like December 2010, as I said, I didn't remember, and there are things I will have forgotten about, but there are things that have moved on from some of the information that's being shown. I just can't remember exactly what the outcome of that was.
So might we take our second morning break there, please?
Yeah.
Can I just check the time precisely? Can we reconvene at 25 past, please?
Yeah, certainly. And will you give some thought to then going on until, say, about 1:15? Because if we only have one break in the afternoon, it's probably better if we have a slightly later lunch.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Fine.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms. Madam Bogerd, we were looking at the email exchange of the 10th of April 2014, where you were tracking down a copy of the Wyn Lusher email exchange.
Yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 00304478? And if we look at the first page, we can see we're now on the 9th of May, and there is a whole chain sent to you by Andrew Parsons. Yes?
Yes.
If we can look at the chain, please, to see what it contained, and start on page 6, please. And if we scroll to the bottom, please, we'll see an email from Roderick Williams of the 14th of April to James Davidson of Fujitsu. Yes?
Yes.
James, could Fujitsu please answer the questions below so that we can respond to a specific challenge put to us by Second Sight in connection with a mediation complaint? Quote, the Wyn Lusher email in the case of Ward explicitly states that Fujitsu can remotely change the figures in the branches without the sub-postmaster's knowledge or authority, and he attaches the Wyn Lusher email. The part of the email in question is over the page. Fujitsu have the ability to impact branch records via the message store, but have extremely rigorous procedures in place to prevent adjustments being made without prior authorization. Within Post Office and Fujitsu's, these controls form the core of our court defence if we get to that stage. And then Mr. Williams sets out a series of questions. Can the Post Office change transaction data without a sub-postmaster being aware of the change? Can Fujitsu do so? If not, where is the evidence for this conclusion? If so, how does it happen? Why was this functionality built in? Why would Fujitsu need to use this functionality? What controls are in place to prevent unauthorized use of this method of access? When has branch data been accessed in this way? In relation to the Wyn Lusher email, what is the message store? Can it be used to access and change branch accounts? What's the impact of this change on branch accounts? Would the sub-postmaster be aware of the change? Why would this method of access be used? What controls are in place to prevent misuse of this method of access? All penetrating questions, do you agree?
Yes.
And they necessarily arise from the 2 lines in the Wyn Lusher email that we've seen. They're logical questions that arise from it. And can we go, please, to page 4? Halfway down the page, Mr. Davidson of Fujitsu replies to Mr. Williams. Please see the response below. And then if we go to 2, that's it. Can Fujitsu change branch transaction data without a sub-postmaster being aware of the change? Answer, once created, branch transaction data cannot be changed. And then this, only additional data can be inserted. If this is required, the additional transactions would be visible on the trading statements, but would not require acknowledgement or approval by a sub-postmaster. The approval is given by Post Office via the change process. In response to a previous query, Fujitsu checked last year when this was done on Horizon Online, and we found only one occurrence in March 2010, which was early in the pilot for Horizon Online and was covered by an appropriate change request. For old Horizon, a detailed examination of archived data would have to be undertaken to look into this across the lifetime of use. This would be a significant and complex exercise to undertake and discussed previously with the Post Office, but discounted as too costly and impractical. And then he gives a series of answers that I'm not going to read out to Mr. Williams' questions 4A to E and 5A to F. Then can we go, before we move on from that, you would agree that this is Fujitsu saying that Fujitsu can insert branch transaction data?
Yes.
And this is Fujitsu saying that Fujitsu, could do so without approval by a sub-postmaster.
Yes, they're referring to the balancing transaction, although they've not specifically said that here.
You think this is all about balancing transactions, essentially?
I think so, yes.
Can we go to page 2, please? Foot of the page. Mr. Williams says he's producing a first draft of the note, noting that he's intentionally not referred to the Wyn Lusher email as it distracts from what is otherwise a very clear picture. He hopes this will put the matter to bed and the matter need not be escalated to the working group. Yes?
Yeah.
And then page 1, please. That whole chain is provided to you. And the interim, or the proposed interim answer to Second Sight's question as to whether it is possible for anyone to access Horizon Online and amend transaction data without the knowledge of the sub-postmaster or their staff. Second line, there's no functionality in the Horizon system, either through a front-end terminal or back-end server, to edit or delete transaction data once it's been transmitted from a branch to the central branch data center. This is encrypted, transferred to the branch data center and stored in a separate audit server where they're sealed using industry standard secure protocols to ensure the data's integrity. Although it's possible to input additional transactions into a branch's accounts, a sub-postmaster will always have visibility of these extra transactions as they're shown separately in the branch accounts. A more detailed note will follow. Did you approve this holding response and pass it to Second Sight?
I didn't approve it.
Why was it being sent to you?
To pass on. But,
Sorry?
To pass on, I think.
To Second Sight?
I think so. Because I tended to be passing things on to Second Sight at the time for the report.
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Sorry. I tended to be passing things on to Second Sight at the time for that information. But just going back to what this doesn't say, it doesn't mention balancing transaction. Looking at this now, this should have mentioned balancing transaction.
You're ahead of me of the things that it fails to mention.
Sorry.
It fails to set out that Fujitsu had confirmed that Fujitsu could insert additional transaction data outside of transaction corrections, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that didn't require the approval or acknowledgement of the sub-postmaster. It doesn't say that either, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It failed to inform Second Sight that the Post Office could not address the extent of any use of remote access in legacy Horizon, something that had been used for 10 years, because a detailed examination of archived data was needed, and that would be costly and impractical. It doesn't say that, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Can you explain why the Post Office chose not to include those 3 pieces of information?
I don't know. I mean, it says a more detailed note will follow, but it won't be ready before the fact file. But on the basis, I don't know what further work Andy expected to be done on this, because just reading, what we've just gone through, even though, James Davison, I think it was, wasn't it, didn't actually mention balancing transaction by name. That is what I took from reading this. But at the time, I wouldn't have known about a balancing transaction. It's just that I know about that subsequently. And it should have been put into this. And I think I've just forwarded this on to Second Sight, as that's our position at the moment, expecting there's something else to follow, but I don't know what.
Do you agree that the answer that has been drafted by Mr. Parsons, by comparison to the information provided by Fujitsu, is materially incomplete.
Yes.
Can we move on, please, to poll 309 1394? Can we start with page 2, please? We're in October 2014 now. We just look at the footer page at 1 to get the context. An email from Jessica Parker to a wide range of people, including you. It's about one of the cases that has been referred to mediation, yes?
Yes.
MO53. The second site have released a revised version of their draft CRR for MO53. Can you remember what CRRs were?
Case review report, so that's second site's investigation into the scheme applications.
So it's essentially a draft of what second site propose to say about an individual case, is that right?
That's correct.
Just read the rest of that to yourself because it's not completely material. If we go back to page 1, please. Middle of the page. Belinda Crowe, what role was she performing in late 2014?
So Belinda was the programme director for Project Sparrow. She also was the secretariat for the working group, the scheme working group.
And she asked the question, is this the first, i.e. the first CRR, which references remote access? I think we need to pick this up very robustly in our response, as this could become public. And second site seem to be asking for proof that something didn't happen. Could we dust off our lines on this? And then if we scroll up the page, please. Melanie Caulfield, late 2014, what role was she performing?
She was part of the comms team.
So a media and communications
Yes.
expert or professional.
Yes.
She replies to the same group, including you. Our current line, if we're asked about remote access being used to change branch data or transactions, is simply, this is not and never has been possible. You knew that was false from multiple sources by now, didn't you?
Yes, because what we've just seen was injecting transactions in the branch, balancing transaction.
We've got the 2010 email that you don't recall, got the January 2011, we've got the earlier exchanges in April and May 2014. That first statement, this is not and has never been possible, is false.
Well, she's talking about change in branch data. Yeah, I think it's a stretch. I mean, I'm talking about inserting a transaction. I'm not sure what. I mean, that's what it says, change branch data and transactions.
You wouldn't want a post office line to dance on the head of a pin, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Which I think is what you were doing a moment ago, weren't you?
I'm just trying to...
Contemplating the possibility that because this doesn't refer to injecting new data.
I suppose I'm just trying to rationalise why, that's been said when what we've just come out of is the balancing transaction information.
It continues, this line holds, but if we're pressed regarding second site's points about admitting there's remote access, we can say there is no remote access for individual branch transactions. You knew that was false as well from multiple sources, didn't you?
Sorry, do you mind, can we just... So the James Davison email, what date was on that?
Davidson email was 9th of May.
2014.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay. Your original question was, I knew this was false.
Yes, I knew that line. There is no remote access for individual branch transactions.
On the back of the email from James Davison, and clearly I was aware of that, and I just didn't pick this up.
Ms Caulfield continues, we might get pushed further on it and be asked by media to confirm whether or not there's any remote access. We'll need to make the distinction, re-access, as straightforward as we can. So suggest there's no remote access for individual branch transactions. Fujitsu has support access to the back end of the system used for software updates and maintenance. This, of course, is strictly controlled with security processes in place, but could not in any event be used for individual branch transactions. There is no facility at all within the system for this. You knew that was false as well, didn't you?
It didn't register with me at the time, but obviously from what we've discussed, then this is incorrect in terms of a flow of information, yes.
So the 3 lines, which seem to be a main line in paragraph 1, an if pressed line in paragraph 2, and then if really pushed in paragraph 3, all 3 of them contain statements which you knew to be false, didn't they?
Although I didn't recognise at the time, yes.
Did you do anything to correct these 3 false lines to take?
I don't remember. But I note that we've got Rod and Andy Parsons on here as well. So I don't remember if anything else came out of this.
Well, Mr. Parsons' time will come in due course. I'm asking you at the moment.
Sorry, my answer was I don't remember.
Well, can you help us? We've seen a slew of emails now that informed you in one way or another of the facility of Fujitsu remotely to access individual transactions in branch accounts and change them by inserting data. Why wouldn't you put your hand up and say, hold on, this is all wrong, what we're proposing to say?
I just can't recall. To me, it couldn't have registered with me in terms of the flow of information that had gone before. As I said, the messaging was constantly changing, but on the back of the James Davidson email, I think that, which had come from Fujitsu, other information had come from within the business or from different sources, but that had come from Fujitsu, and therefore that for me should have been registering as that. And notwithstanding, the note that Andy put together, but it should have been registering that is what Fujitsu was saying could happen, which is the balancing transaction.
If we just scroll down a little bit. Thank you. Belinda Crowe says, I think we need to pick this up. That's the suggestion of remote access very robustly in our response, as this could become public. Is that the reason why you didn't pick any of this up and say, hold on, there are 3 false statements. The only statements we're proposing to make are each false?
No.
Because the business wanted to respond robustly.
I wouldn't have. It just didn't register. If it had registered with me, I would have challenged it, because we had one of the applicants to the scheme, which is what's triggered all of this anyway. That was already in the public domain, because we were not openly in the public domain, but we were already dealing with that. So if that's what our position should have been, then we should have been saying that. And I just must have missed it.
Well, it's you and quite a lot of other people, isn't it?
In terms of who else have missed it, is that what you're saying? Yeah, and I just...
Well, is it a case of everyone missing it? Or is it that the overriding objective is to defend very robustly the position that there is no remote access?
That was never my position. I mean, if I came into the scheme originally at the start to get under the skin of was there any substance in the claims, and I took that role on voluntarily on top of the day job I was doing at the time because I really wanted to understand. There is no way that if I'd thought there was something in that I would have. I was certainly not trying to cover up or suppress or do anything along those lines, and that's the bit I'm struggling with because it wasn't just me. There are other people being party to the same information at that point.
Thank you. That can come down. Can we move forward to the next year then, 2015, still dealing with remote access, and look at poll 0008 9010. Just give me a moment whilst I catch up with my paper. This is, as you can see at the top, a briefing for you in relation to an internal film, Panorama. It relates, to give you some context, to the BBC Panorama episode that was called, quote, Trouble at the Post Office. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that was eventually aired on the 17th of August, 2015.
Yes.
The document itself isn't dated, but it was sent, we can tell from other evidence, to you by Mel Caulfield by email on the 18th of June 2015.
Okay.
Okay. If you just, if we just familiarise ourselves with it, because I don't think we've seen this before. Background, a film for use through internal channels throughout the business to deliver key messages and facts about allegations likely to be made in the BBC Panorama programme, be alongside and supplemented by the full internal communications plan, currently in development. Although an internal film, it will of course be in public, so available to external audiences. It will be 3 to 5 minutes of hard-hitting questions and answer session between you and Kim Fletcher from Brunswick. Brunswick, a media and public relations consultancy.
Yes.
And so this was going to be a Q&A where Brunswick, the media and comms people, put questions, hard-hitting questions to you.
Yes.
And you answered them. And this was intended for internal consumption principally, is that right?
That was the intention, yes.
Whilst we will focus on some key rebuttals regarding the content of Panorama, this messaging should likely address concerns or questions from a network perspective, so people feel confident, re the post office position, reassured regarding the system, and importantly, they're being kept well informed. We'll include some signposting to other communication materials. We appreciate your guidance about the messaging for the network on this subject. Panorama, you'll have seen the latest email sent on Friday. Theme appears to be an allegation of a potential miscarriages of justice through inappropriate conduct by the Post Office, especially regarding alleged pressure, in inverted commas, on postmasters to plead guilty to false accounting. Focusing on 3 criminal cases, Joe Hamilton, Noel Thomas and Seema Misra, aspects of which they are likely to attempt to, quote, illustrate wider allegations and which will, of course, supply significant, quote, human interest. The key aspect of this will likely be allegations to try and create the perception that people were prosecuted for, quote, getting in a muddle and for the recovery of money. They're likely to refer heavily to Second Sight's reports throughout, quote, as evidence. They're likely to have contributors who will continue to, quote, cast doubts about Horizon through, quote, technical opinions, supposed revelations, end quote, about aspects of the system, highly likely to include at least one stunt in the programme, and could well be on the subject of alleged remote access. But indications are there'll also be selectively leaked material that will be used out of context. They're likely to include allegations that the Post Office has not run the mediation scheme fairly and has hampered it to avoid the risk of compensation. I'm not going to read the rest of that page. Can we go to page 3, please? The key messages. And would you understand these are the key messages for you to get out?
As this is written, yes.
Number 1, this is about missing money, which we have a duty to protect. Trust is vital. We have a duty to protect the money in our branches. If cash goes missing and this is covered up, we must investigate and act on this. We don't prosecute people for making mistakes. We never have and we never will. Prosecutions are very rare and only ever in the light of all the available evidence and circumstances. Then the second key message, we do not control the legal process. If we do prosecute, this is done with numerous checks and balances, ultimately scrutinised by defence lawyers and the courts themselves. We do not bring charges or prosecute without evidence, and we do not pressure anyone regarding their plea to a charge. The decision to plead guilty or not guilty is always one for the defendant only, having taken advice. Criminal cases are kept under continual review. That's our absolute duty. In none of our investigations, nor through that of the independent accountants, has any evidence emerged to suggest a conviction is unsafe. I'm going to come back to that this afternoon. Such matters cannot be assessed in the media on partial, often inaccurate information, nor should it be in any circumstances. Those two messages, this is all about missing money stolen by sub-postmasters, and we, the Post Office, don't control the legal process. It's defence lawyers and the courts.
Yes.
Did you understand in mid-2015 they were the key messages that the Post Office wished to get out?
I hadn't seen it all put together in one place, but given that this was put together as a briefing document for me, then yes.
The third key message is there's nothing wrong with the computer system. So before I ask you about that, if we just scroll up, please. And again. This is all about missing money that we've got a duty to protect. We heard evidence earlier this week from Susan Crichton, the General Counsel of the Post Office, and she told the chairman that you were amongst a group of people who had been in the Post Office for a very long time, who held the view that this was public money that was being stolen. It needed to be protected and it needed to be recovered through prosecutions. Is that correct?
In terms of taxpayers' money, I was always made aware that this is taxpayers' money when I came into the Post Office, so that was a consideration, and therefore we had a duty to protect it and make sure that we had the right checks in place. Recovery through prosecution, that wouldn't have been on my radar at all. So it was really about, from an operational perspective, just having the consideration, and it was always a consideration actually, that this is taxpayers' money, and not just in the context of sub-postmaster, but as a business as a whole.
Ms. Crichton held the view, or seemed to hold the view, that there was a group of people who were particularly long-serving, which group included you, that emphasised this point, rather than it just being a fact or matter, as you've described it today, that is part of the background. Is it something that you emphasise, that this is public money that we've got a duty to protect?
No, I don't ever remember doing that. As I said, I had been in the business a long time. I started working in branch, and it was always part of the consideration that we are we were shareholder was government, but we were in that kind of quasi state where we were required to make a profit as well. But we should have consideration for the taxpayers' money, but not against, as if it was a real emphasis against anything else. It wasn't the be-all and end-all, is what I'm trying to say. It was a consideration. And I don't ever remember emphasising that to Susan or anybody else. I mean, Kevin was network. He'd been in the business, I think, longer than me, actually. And there would be other people in the network that would have been in as long as me or even longer. But I don't remember ever it being emphasised, but it was a consideration.
There wasn't a cabal of long-serving, up through the ranks, started off as counter-clerks or similar, who held the belief this was just subbies with their hands in the till?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, my position, I'd worked very closely with postmasters for a number of years. And, you know, I said on a number of occasions into the organisation where people did think postmasters had their hand in the till, is that, in my view, postmasters were hard-working, honest, decent people, and they didn't come into the post office to defraud. That wasn't why they came into the post office. It was quite the opposite. They came in to serve the communities that they lived within.
Can we go back to the third key message at the foot of the page? There's nothing wrong with the computer system. We've never said Horizon is perfect or infallible. It's a computer system, so of course things can go wrong. But this is all about facts, not theories. And there's not a single example of Horizon causing losses in any of the cases we've examined exhaustively during the past few years. I've gone through these cases, every single one, and I've looked at all the facts. That means all the facts, not just Horizon records. Over the page. What we found, and what the independent accountants reviewing the cases have found, is that the majority of losses were down to human error, and some were regrettably down to dishonesty. We cannot get away from that. Is that what you thought the outcome of the initial investigation by Second Sight and the mediation scheme was?
Well, our investigations didn't find there was any evidence that the losses were caused by Horizon system, and that is what Second Sight concluded as well. And some of it would have been the majority of losses. I can't remember that we ever pointed to dishonesty, but it would have been one of the potential outcomes of the investigations. But I think just going back to this is a brief that's been put together for me. I can't remember what we did as a result of this, because I did try and get some further disclosure to say, did we film? Because I don't remember. Certainly, a film didn't go out. But in having a brief prepared for me, I would have then, if I was going to use this, I would have fine-tuned it to, one, how I speak, and if there's any corrections in the facts, then I would have corrected it.
Can we go forward to page 7, please? And scroll down to that main heading, Second Sight's evidence. This is part of the briefing which addresses the main allegations that Ms. Caulfield believed would be made by Panorama and the suggested replies. Second Sight's evidence that remote access to branch data is possible in spite of post office denials. Reply, this is about facts, not theories. There's been a lot of inaccurate things said in the media about remote access, but there's not a single example in these cases of Horizon causing losses, whether through remote tampering or anything else. The most important point sometimes gets lost in the technical explanations. Once a transaction is recorded by the branch, it cannot be changed remotely. Everything that happens leaves a footprint. So there's an audit trail that shows every keystroke, every transaction, everything that's happened. We've looked at all that. Of course, we have transaction corrections and acknowledgements and the other tools needed to make sure that branches can stay in balance. But these must be accepted by the branch, and they do not make changes to the original transactions themselves. They're recorded separately. The system's independently audited, monitored and managed, and meets or exceeds industry accreditations. Irrespective of the state of post office knowledge, would you accept that this response to the allegation regarding remote access does not actually address whether remote access is possible?
No, it doesn't. I mean, this is, I think you said this was 2015, isn't it? June 2015?
Oh, yes, 18th of June 2015.
Yeah, okay. No, it's kind of skirts around things.
It sidesteps it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Do you know why it sidesteps it?
I think this is because it's been put together by a comms person.
Why would a comms person want to sidestep
I'm not
the
necessarily...
main allegation?
So I'm not necessarily saying that they would want to do that or intended to do that. It's just that if I'd written this myself, I would have used different language and would have pointed to different things. Because in the mix of all of this, we had the scheme case, that was the Bracknell issue that Ron and Ian had been trying to get to the bottom of and hadn't. So there were issues in the scheme that we were dealing with. So this is different. I would have written this differently.
By mid-2015, was it the Post Office's position that it's best to avoid answering directly the question of whether remote access was possible, because it will open us up to greater scrutiny?
I don't believe so, because we did an interview with Panorama around this time as well. A meeting that we had taped, so slightly different language that we used in that. So I don't know. So to answer your question, no, I don't think it was.
Lastly, on the issue of remote access, then, in your witness statement, it's paragraph 161, you say that you were engaged with sub-postmasters regarding investigation issues in the mediation scheme, any business-as-usual queries, and other general queries within Post Office relating to sub-postmasters, and where concerns related to remote access issues, the Post Office had a pre-approved wording for what you were to say. Yes?
Yes.
Can we look, please, to the documents you refer to as the pre-approved wording of what you were to say? Poll 302 2659. It's an email from Amy Prime of Bond Dickinson, then a trainee, to amongst others you, in July 2016. Please find attached the revised remote access wording for your review. We shall provide any comments which Council may have on this wording in due course. This appears to be being provided in the context of the response to the letter of claim. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So the people who were to become the GLO claimants had written through three solicitors a letter of claim.
Yes.
And this is part of the process by which the reply to that was being constructed. Is that right? You, in your witness statement, said that the Post Office had a pre-approved wording of what you were to say to sub-postmasters or within the mediation scheme or within any business-as-usual questions about remote access. Are you saying that this document that we're about to look at had been developed by the Post Office before it was distributed on the 27th of July 2016? No,
I'm not saying that. What I was trying to do in my witness statement is kind of give a flavour of the strong messaging that was coming from Paul over my time in terms of Horizon and the remote access. So no, I'm not saying that in regard to this.
Can we look at the attachment, please, which is poll 302 2665. As we can see that it's a rider, i.e. something to slot into the response to the letter of claim, response to the factual allegation that Horizon does not record transactions accurately and or the Post Office has been manipulating Horizon data. You'll see what is set out. I'm not going to, given the time, read through it. Are you saying that we should understand that what's set out in here was pre-approved wording by Post Office of what you were to say before this document was produced?
No, I'm not. Sorry, no, I didn't mean that, and apologies if that's how it's been taken, but this document and the information within the document will have and did pull from information within the organisation that we'd had over time and had been sense checked. And I think, if I remember this correctly, there was further sense checking that needs to be done on the back of this note. So I don't think this was the absolute final version, but it wasn't pre-approved wording, but it's something that the information that come from within the organisation.
Can we just look at your witness statement then, please, at page 80? Page 80 and paragraph 161 at the bottom. You say, in respect of concerns raised by sub-postmasters from 2012 onwards, I would have normally been the person to engage with sub-postmasters. For example, investigating issues raised as part of the scheme, dealing with business as usual queries, those raised outside the scheme and after the scheme had closed, and dealing with general queries that related to sub-postmasters. And then this, where concerns related to remote access issues, the Post Office had pre-approved wording of what we were to say. For example, C, and you cross-reference the two documents I've just shown you, which confirms the approved wording as at July 2016. You've told us already that what we see in the July 2016 document is not the approved wording that would have been given before then.
Yes.
So where are these approved wordings from the Post Office that were given from 2012 onwards as to what you were to say as to remote access?
So that would have been in the comms messaging.
What do you mean by that?
So,
Ms. van der Bogerd, we've looked at a series of direct emails to you setting out what was said to you about remote access from 2010 onwards. You appear to be suggesting here that the Post Office was by contrast giving you pre-approved wordings of what to say. And I'm asking, where are they, the pre-approved wordings?
So what I'm trying to say is, so there's the information that we've walked through today, this morning, some of which I remember, some which I don't, and I think I've said that. And then there was a constant messaging from the business around remote access and Horizon, and this is, these are the lines that have been approved by the business for us to use. So there was this constant use of messaging around what we should say, and so that it's consistent. But what we've seen here, obviously, in terms of the way we've walked through this today, is the disconnect between a number of things that I've seen that I clearly haven't registered in terms of the messaging in parallel to that.
Is it that you didn't want to register the disconnect, as you put it?
No, absolutely not.
And that instead you were part of the messaging, weren't you? This wasn't something that was happening to you. It was something that was caused by you.
I don't think so. I don't have the technical expertise in IT, and therefore I was very much receiving a lot of this myself, which is why it hasn't registered on some of the occasion, and where it's been changed, the message has been changing because it's come from a different source. So I was absolutely not trying to massage this in any way, quite the opposite. But as I said, I've missed some stuff coming through here.
Can you point to a single email or other communication in which you correct any messaging which says there is no remote access or no remote access that a sub-postmaster will not know about?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yes. Can you point to a single email or other communication from you which corrects messaging which says there is no remote access or no remote access about which a sub-postmaster will not know about?
I don't think so. I can't recall doing such an email.
Sir, it's just gone 1:10. I'm about to move to another topic, namely bugs, errors and defects.
Of course, yes. So, yeah,
Could we say 5 to 2, please?
yeah, all right.
Thank you very much. afternoon. Can you see and hear us, sir?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms van den Bogerd. Can we pick up the issue of bugs, errors and defects, please, by turning up your witness statement, page 13. At the foot of the page, and you say in paragraph 29, the first time I recall becoming formally aware of any bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon IT system, beds, although this wasn't the term used at the time, was when the Post Office disclosed to Second Sight two anomalies, the receipts and payments mismatch problem and the local suspense account problem, which were detailed in the interim report of the 8th of July 2013. And then paragraph 30 over the page, please. First few lines. Prior to this, I was aware of general rumblings of complaints and concerns about the integrity of Horizon. And when you took over responsibility for the contract administration team, I became aware of claims the Horizon system itself was generating discrepancies in branches. Okay? So going back to paragraph 29, the foot of the page, what did you mean by becoming, quote, formally aware?
So in terms of the bugs themselves, that was the first time that I became aware. I say formally aware is that, I said rumblings, so I was aware that people were claiming that might be something wrong with the system, but it was only when those two bugs were disclosed that I became aware of bugs.
But we've looked already, I don't want to go back to it unless we have to, at the December 2010 email.
Yep.
By which email you were notified of the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
So I was notified in
Yes.
December 2010.
December 2010.
I wasn't. I don't recall that. So the receipts and so the document you took me to, which was that record of the discussion, I wasn't aware of that at the time.
Can we look, please, then at poll 308 8956? Second page. The remote access issue, second line of the quotation, came up when we were exploring solutions around a problem generated by the system following a migration to Horizon Online. This issue was quickly identified and a fix put in place, but it impacted around 60 branches, which meant a loss and gain incurred in a particular week, in effect disappeared from the system.
But as I've said, I don't recall seeing this at all. So for me, the first time of bugs, errors or defects, or whatever word that was being used, was when those two were disclosed to Second Sight as part of that work.
Again, are you shutting your mind to the receipt of this information because you know the difficulty that it creates for you?
No, not at all. I would, if I'd seen this and I remembered seeing it, I would have certainly, it would have been part of my consciousness going forward. I really cannot remember seeing this at all. And it was the first time was when Simon Baker produced those two anomalies, as he called them.
That can come down, thank you. Were you not aware at the time then, i.e. in October 2010, that Fujitsu formally notified the Post Office of the receipts and payment mismatch bug?
I wasn't aware of that.
The cross-reference for that, it needn't be displayed, is FUJ 308117. Were you not aware at the time that it happened then, again in October 2010, of a meeting? I showed you the agenda or the plan for the meeting earlier on between the Post Office and Fujitsu to discuss the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
I wasn't aware of that.
Sorry?
Sorry, I wasn't aware of that. I said I was in a different role in October. It was only when I came into the head of network services role, which brought in Lynn and John, that I started to get involved.
At the time then, you were not aware of the provision of notes concerning the receipts and payments mismatch bug to members of the legal team, the poll legal team, John L. Singh, Rob Wilson and Julian McFarlane?
No.
In the context of the Seema Misra case?
No.
You didn't know about that at the time?
It was much later that I heard about the Seema Misra case.
Did you know that a meeting was arranged in November 2010, including Dave Holbert, Mark Weaver, Mark Burley, Rod Isme, Dave King, Will Russell, Ian Trundle, Emma Langfield, Lynn Hobbs, and Anita Taylor to discuss how to resolve the discrepancies generated by branches or at branches by the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
No, I don't believe I was. Can't
So
remember.
this all came as very significant new news to you in mid-2013, is that right?
In terms of the beds being disclosed, yes.
But were you aware at that time, in mid-2013, of any discussions within the Post Office senior management as to how high up within the organisation knowledge of the now 3-year-old payments and mismatch bug had gone?
No.
On the publication of the second sight report, did you seek to ascertain when the Post Office first became aware of that bug?
Sorry, the report that the 2 bugs were put into, the interim report we're talking
Yes.
about. Wait, no.
Did you seek to ascertain which departments or which individuals within the Post Office knew about that bug?
No.
Why not?
Because the way it was presented was that we've got these 2 bugs, so that was a surprise to me, and I was reassured that it's routine. We've dealt with them. It's been sorted, and I didn't push any further on it.
Were you aware that the suspense account bugs, which is the second of the 2 bugs, which you say Post Office made a disclosure about to the second site, had in fact been discovered by the Post Office in February 2012, before Fujitsu?
No.
Again, did you ask similar questions? What did we know about this bug? When did we first become aware of it? How high up within the organisation did knowledge go?
No.
In fact, Second Sight mentioned a third bug as well, the Calendar Square and Falkirk, or Falkirk bug. That was known, we have evidence, by the Post Office way back in 2006. The cross-reference for that is FUJ 308 3721, no need to display that. Was your first knowledge of that when reading the Second Sight report?
I don't remember. So it was the 2 bugs that were disclosed was my first knowledge. I was aware of a third because there is some exchange in what's been disclosed that I was querying why we'd only given Second Sight 2 if we already knew about a third, but I didn't know about that third at the time.
If it was really the case that the Second Sight report revealed 3 bugs that you personally were not previously aware of, surely you would have wanted to know how that had happened.
So for the third one, I did question how have we only now realised that there's a third and we hadn't at the time, because if we'd become aware, and I wasn't involved in these conversations, but if we'd become aware that there were 2 bugs, which we were and we disclosed, then surely at that point we should have asked, are there any more? But I wasn't involved in those discussions.
Was there any kind of post-mortem which examined when did we, the Post Office corporately, know about these bugs for the first time? and what has been done with the knowledge that we had?
Not that I was aware of at the time. So the information that came, it was given to Second Sight. I'm not sure if anything else. I think I've seen something since in disclosure that said we did something, but I don't remember. I wasn't involved in those conversations.
What was your role at the time of the first Second Sight report?
So I'd been working alongside Ron, mostly, and Ian, on the spot reviews. So my role was really to facilitate the provision of information to Ron that they needed, and that's what I was doing, is going into the business to find out where the information was that we needed for that. In doing that, I was also looking at the situations myself, which is why I got involved in the Lepton case and understanding what had gone wrong in that case.
Were you leading for the Post Office?
Sorry, leading?
Yes. Were you the lead in the engagement with Second Sight?
Not the lead. I was there to assist in terms of provision of information to them.
Who was the lead in terms of the engagement with Second Sight?
Well, in terms of, they were engaged by Alice, Paula, and Susan was there at the time. So it was Susan, really, in terms of the overall lead, I would have said.
But you say you were in charge of or responsible for the provision of information to Second Sight from the Post Office?
Not formally. I was there to help them. But
who was in charge of the provision of information?
I don't know that we ever defined that. Because at the start, the whole engagement of Second Sight and the initial inquiry and then into the scheme, it kind of evolved over time. And even when we started in the scheme, we were developing it through the working group as we were going forward. So I don't believe there was any roles defined at the start.
At this time, this is before July the 8th, 2013, did you yourself consider what impact, if any, the revelation of the existence of 3 bugs in the system may have had on the criminal prosecutions that the Post Office had mounted, sometimes successfully, over the previous decade? No,
I didn't. I had no knowledge of. I mean, I knew we had a security investigation team, and I knew that we were bringing the prosecutions ourselves. That was always, well, it wasn't always known to me, but that became known to me quite early on. But I had no, other than being reassured that everything done, there was a proper process for prosecutions, that it was done in line with the code code for prosecution for prosecutors. I had no insight into that, so I made no connection from those bugs to the previous convictions.
Whose responsibility was it to make a connection between the bugs and the prosecutions?
That would be the legal team.
And who within the legal team?
I'm not really. I mean, in terms of my contact with legal was mostly Roderick Williams, and I had very little contact with Janelle, and then Andrew Parsons from WBD or Bond Dickinson or wherever they were at the time.
So just to be clear, on the publication of the Second Sight report, which mentions the 3 bugs, you're not aware of any investigation or introverted look by the Post Office as to when we found out about these bugs and what did we do in relation to them?
I don't think I was at the time. I've seen things through disclosure that we were looking at past cases, but I wasn't involved in that.
You tell us in paragraph 30 of your witness statement, we've read it already, that you were aware before July 13 of general rumblings of complaints.
Yep.
Had that been for the entirety of your time in the Post Office?
No.
Since Horizon was introduced in about 2000?
No. So it was really around... It was really around the 2010, around that time. So I think it was really when I took on responsibility for the contracts team. And I think at that time, or thereabouts, there was the Inside Out programmes. There were a couple of TV programmes, one in the south and one in the Midlands, I think.
So the rumblings that you speak about, as you call them, is from about 2010 onwards?
Yes. I mean, there had been some postmasters saying that it must be the system, but not that I could have put my finger on at the time.
What do you mean not? You could, what could you not put your finger on?
Not that I can remember where I'd heard that in terms of there are some issues. It was really around the 2010, 2011 where I started really getting involved.
Let's have a look then. Can we start by looking at poll 0017 8171? If we can look at the foot of the page, please. This is 2004. And just remind us, in 2004, your job would have been?
So I was head of area for the rural network in Wales.
So the rural agency in Wales?
Yes.
And there's an email from Jill Campbell-John, the Contract Support Centre Manager, under the heading Lower Eggleton. And she says, I've passed the file you sent to Richard Ashcroft in problem management for one of his team to look at and request information from Fujitsu Services. I do think that a telling point in this case is that there are no calls to the helpline logs. I would have thought that if he, I think that's a sub-postmaster, believed he had a problem, he would have done that quite promptly. It's a bit amazing that the accountant from a couple of doors away knows enough about Horizon to put his name to the assertion that it's a system problem. However, whilst I believe there's no evidence to support system problems, I don't want to make sweeping assumptions and would rather be certain when the circumstances may lead to termination of contract. Richard or one of his team will be in touch in due course. And then top of the page, Mr. Ashcroft emails you and says he agrees with Jill. He's got one of his team onto it, who he's asked to put together a checklist of obvious things that have caused this discrepancy in the branch. If we can discount those, it gives us a greater level of confidence that it really is postmaster error. And he asks you whether you have any timescales on this. So, first of all, why was this being raised with you?
So Lower Eggleton, even though that's not in Wales, it was Wales and the Marches, so that would have come under the area that I was responsible for.
So this is a sub-postmaster raising an issue of Horizon system error as a possible cause of a discrepancy and had seemingly deployed the view of an accountant to support his view.
Yeah.
Yes?
So I'd forgotten about this until I had this in disclosure. I do remember meeting with Steve Morgan, and this brought it back. I can't remember, I didn't get disclosed his initial request, whether it came in writing, but back then I would have had somebody working more closely with the branches, and I was overseeing.
Does this fall into the category of a rumbling?
Well, I mean, this was back in 2004. Mr. Morgan has obviously raised concerns, and I didn't know where to go with those concerns. And then I've reached out because I didn't know Jill Campbell-John at the time. And that was me trying to, so he wanted some information from the system. And then I've reached out to see where can we get that information for him, and I provided that to him.
So would this be an early rumbling?
Yes.
And do you know what was done as a result of it?
So I've obviously, I sent a letter to him, which I saw in disclosure. I've provided him with the Horizon logs, as he requested. And I don't remember. I mean, I'd asked him to then make good the loss, unless he could establish something within that. But from the information I had from this team, there was nothing in those logs that pointed to the Horizon system. But I don't recall what happened after that.
Let's have a look then at poll 0014-2481. Is this the letter that you wrote
Yes.
to Mr. Morgan?
That's the one I've seen, yes.
Of the 1st of March 2004, saying you've been supplied with a copy of the transaction log and event log to enable you further to analyse the cause of the discrepancy of £1,400. I initiated a further analysis of these logs, which reaffirmed that there is no evidence of a Horizon-created discrepancy. The Horizon system will not create a discrepancy solely by the user correcting an error they've previously made. In this specific case, reversing an incorrect remittance out of cheques provided that the cash figure is declared is correct, the cheque figure held in stock is correct, and the remittance out cheque figure is correct against the physical cheques dispatched to Data Central, all of which appear to be in order. My letter previously gave you until a date to make good the loss or provide supporting evidence that this discrepancy was generated by a systems error and not a user error. Please provide the evidence or make good the loss. Yes?
Yes.
When you were asked to become involved in this, did you wish to understand what the root cause of the discrepancy was?
So I wanted to provide the information that Mr. Morgan had requested so that he could understand what had gone on in his branch.
That's a slightly different thing. I'm asking, did you want to seek to understand the root cause?
So back in 2004, there wasn't a facility to investigate branch issues like we introduced in the scheme. It was very much the postmaster was required to produce the evidence to dispute the loss that had been sustained in his branch.
How would a postmaster produce evidence to dispute the loss in relation to a computer system to which he had no access?
So he did have access to the computer system. It would have been for 42 days back in those days. And then he reached out to me to be able to get some more information for him, which is what I've done. So at this point, I've assisted as much as I could. I say I did meet with Mr. Morgan, so I don't know if I've done anything further because I can't see any. I've had nothing else disclosed, and I really don't remember. But I do remember going to his branch and meeting with him.
So you asked Fujitsu to produce the logs for the case, yes?
So I asked our team, because Jill Campbell-John isn't Fujitsu, and then they've reached out to Fujitsu. So when I made some, because I said I didn't know where to go with this, when I made some inquiries about where do I go to get the information, I was directed towards Jill Campbell-John, and her team, I assumed at the time, were with that liaison point into Fujitsu.
Do you accept, knowing what you know now, that it's not possible to identify system errors from the logs that were produced alone?
I think if there was something in the logs that, missed a transaction or something, but I think, from a postmaster's perspective, they wouldn't have known what to look for. And in 2004, I wouldn't have known what to look for either.
Well, I was about to ask, were you qualified to look at the logs?
No. So
Who was?
So it was the team, Jill and, I think it was Richard, again, who I don't know that person. That was the team. I was looking to them for the expertise to be able to provide the information to Mr. Morgan. And when I referred to, I've initiated further analysis, it was from them that information came.
And how were they qualified to analyse the logs to identify whether a system error caused the discrepancy?
I don't know. I don't know even if they were.
Do you know that they were qualified?
I don't know if they were or not. But that was the point of contact I was directed to within the business.
Okay, I'll move on. Can we look, please, at poll 0017-8219? We're still in March 2014. we will see in a moment. Can we look at pages 3 to 4, please? And if we look at the foot of 3, thank you, there is an email to you. We can just see at the end if we scroll right to the end. From Clive Burton, from the former sub-postmaster accounts team, Agents Debt 3 in Chesterfield. Just help us what they were, what that team was.
It was within a PMBA team in Chesterfield.
And do you know what the agent debt?
I didn't at the time. I mean, I have since because I...
Okay, let's see what Mr. Burton says. Mrs. Pugh, this is the sub-post mistress at Cherbury Post Office, from the 21st of April 99 to the 3rd of September 01, when her contract for services was suspended. The final audit resulted in a deficiency of £9,000 odd, but many error notices were later issued, which increased the overall debt to £31,000 odd. Recovery has been referred to Jim Cruz of Legal Services to pursue. Case management conference was heard on the 8th of January 2004, and some directions have been made. Our Legal Services Department have asked us to prepare a number of statements regarding various accounting errors that form part of the debt. We're in the process of preparing these. There are a number of other issues our legal department require clarification on, and statements are needed. It would be very much appreciated if you could provide assistance with the following items, or say who to contact. 1, the defence alleges that the introduction of the Horizon system itself caused problems, and evidence is needed about the training given to Mrs. Pugh, and if possible, evidence of the call logs to show whether Mrs. Pugh was seeking help in relation to the operation of the system. Telephone link was cut between February and June 01. And a statement about closure of the office. And then over the page, general statements required as to how the accounting system works at a sub-post office and how documents are created. So going back to the previous page at the foot, point 1, the defence alleges that Horizon itself caused problems. Yes?
Yes.
Would this be amongst the category of rumblings?
From my memory, yes, because when this, and again I didn't remember this, but when I did request further disclosure to see what I did with this, and I've concluded that this, for me at that point, was just a routine request for information. So I forwarded on to contracts manager that was part of my team.
So if we just go up on page 3, please. Is that the email,
Yes.
Emlyn, could you deal, please?
Yeah, so Emlyn Hughes was a contracts manager working within my team at the time, and he was more familiar to where to go for the information, which is what he's done. He's reached out to a number of places. And
I think we can see further up the chain that you, on the 23rd of March and then on the 8th of April, appear to have received a list of call logs from MBSC in relation to Cherbury between 2000 and 2004. Yes? So if you look at the middle of page 1.
Middle of page 1. Yes, so
it's just coming, if we scroll down.
I think
attached are the call logs between those two dates from this office. Yes?
Yes. So this was the provision of information. I've been copied into some and not all of them, I think.
Can we then see what Mr. Hughes did at poll 00178225? Top of the page, so we can see your email. Emlyn, can you deal? he says, having spoken with Glenn regarding the issue below, and in particular regarding the Horizon question, he suggested I contact you, mentioned you supported several offices within the former Chester cluster. So if it's possible, you went to Cherbury and provided assistance to Mrs. Hugh in the early days. So asking a question was somebody who went out to the former Chester cluster to provide assistance as to whether or not he went to that branch. Is that right?
From that, I can see from that email, yes.
Do you know what happened after this in relation to this sub-postmistress, Mrs. Pugh, who had raised in her defence in county court litigation, Horizon being the problem because of a system fault?
I don't know what happened after this.
Was this not the kind of issue that ought to have triggered some investigation, a full and thorough investigation?
So the investigation would have been done by the investigation team at this point. So anything into a criminal case, it was the security investigation team that would have done that.
This isn't about a criminal case, this is about a civil recovery.
Oh, sorry.
Seeking to recover £31,000 from Mrs. Pugh.
I don't know. I mean, this was the first. This was for me was a routine request because in 2001 we'd moved from a regionalised structure into the head of area structure. I don't know what date. I think it was probably around this date, and then all the branch files were distributed into the head of area, and then they were reaching out for information. The information they required didn't sit within my team, which is why I'd asked Emlyn to facilitate the provision of information. So I'm not aware of what or if any investigation was done into that at the time.
Do you think some sort of investigation should have been done if in legal proceedings the sub-postmistress is saying the loss that you're seeking to recover from me, £31,000, was in fact caused by the Horizon system?
Yep.
This is as early as 2004.
Yes, it should have been done.
Do you think it should have been an independent investigation, i.e. independent of the post office?
Well, I'm not sure about independent of the post office, but there should have been an investigation within the post office. But from my working knowledge and my memory, there certainly wasn't a function that did that back then. And it was only when we started working with Second Sight and I started to bring that team together that we pulled together, from my perspective, we pulled together the knowledge and the know-how to be able to put to deal with this type of request in terms of what has happened, and can we understand what the cause of the loss is. But I don't think it would have been done back then.
But why not, is my question. We've seen a couple of examples now that happen to concern you in the roles that you performed relatively early on in the life of Horizon, with sub-postmasters raising the suggestion that the loss attributed to them is in fact caused by Horizon. But why was something not done to investigate that?
I think it would have depended on the particular area that was in at the time. So this would have been Chester at the time that she was raising issues. Then I would have expected the Chester cluster to have done something with it. But there wasn't a formal approach. There wasn't anything documented. There wasn't any policy on it. It was very much, it's up to the postmaster to show that they're not responsible for the loss. That's very much how it was.
And why was it like that? Who decided that it should be like that?
Because that was what was in the contract. That's how the contract was.
What are you thinking of in particular in the contract?
So I think, when I came into, I'd started.
That document can come down, by the way.
Sorry, when I started in the directly managed or Crown network, so I came in through that route, and then when I came out of the branch structure and came into working with sub-postmasters, there were lots of things that weren't documented. They weren't policies, they weren't approaches, and then there was change of structures. And I think it very much depended on the people within those areas in terms of the level of support that were given to postmasters at the time. So, when I came out of that directly managed and came into my area of postmasters, then I was able to assist in some cases because I had the knowledge. With Horizon, in terms of providing the information, I had to go to where I was directed to get the information. But my view is there should have been a function to do that back then, and there wasn't.
What in the contract did you think placed an obligation on the sub-postmaster to show that a loss was caused by the system rather than him or her? You said a moment ago,
well, not by
the wording of the contract.
Yeah, so there's nothing in the contract that mentioned the system at all. I mean, the contract had been in place for some time before the Horizon system was introduced.
Did you know that the contract only required sub-postmasters to make good losses if it was through their error or negligence?
Yes. Yeah, I mean...
So why do they have to prove anything? Why does the post office not have to prove that the loss was through the sub-postmaster's error or negligence?
So I think back then the assumption was that if there was a loss in the branch, that it was the responsibility of the postmaster.
Why was there an assumption?
Because it was assumed it was user error.
I'm sorry?
Because it was assumed it was user
Yes, why? There's a lot of assuming going on.
No, absolutely, I agree. There was.
But why? Why does a multi-million-pound business make assumptions when it's got a written contract that prescribes the circumstances in which a sub-postmaster is liable?
So looking back, there was no provision for the Horizon system. There was no change to working practices. As I said, when from Mr. Morgan in Lower Eggleton, there was no process for me to go and get information. I had to find a contact to do that. So there was no change in terms of policy or process or working practices that I was aware of at the time.
That, with respect, Ms. Brandon Bogerd, doesn't really answer the question. Did nobody read the contract and think, hold on, this contract says we can only recover money from sub-postmasters in these limited circumstances? The sub-postmasters have to prove nothing.
That was the advice that we were getting from legal at the time.
Who in legal?
From our legal, back then it would have been Royal Mail.
Yes, who in Royal Mail?
I didn't get involved in the early days, but I think when I first started getting involved, it was around 2011, which is when we had the Shoesmiths case, and it would have been, and I didn't know, I've never met any of them actually, but it would have been those on the copy list. It would be Mandy Talbot, I think Rebecca Mantle, probably Rob Wilson, I think, but these are people I didn't have routine contact with at all.
Was it the case that you very well knew that the contract did not entitle the post office to recover money from sub-postmasters in any or all circumstances, but that's what the post office pretended it said? We've seen in the inquiry, Ms. Vanden Bogart, many letters to sub-postmasters which say just that. You're responsible to make good any losses, ignoring the terms of the contract completely.
So if I go back to, I was in Network, and that's where I was, and it was the management of the letters and the breaches of contract was managed within Network. So it changed over time, but it was primarily the contract managers, but it was always under the direction and the instruction of the legal team. So there was a very close working relationship between the contract managers and that legal team around what they should and shouldn't do.
You mentioned what happened or what changed in 2011 when the Shoesmiths claims were threatened. Can we turn to that, please? Poll 00294879. This is a briefing document or a proposed response to challenges regarding the Horizon system. It's from Mr. Isme, we can see. It's dated the 12th of October 2011, and it's addressed to you, yes?
Yes.
And others, and copied to others. Now, we can see the heading is the JFSA and Shoesmiths Access Legal, which was essentially part of Shoesmith's, response to challenges regarding the Horizon System, proposed steering group and purpose. Were you, I think at this time, held a very senior position, the head of network?
It was quite senior. It wasn't very senior, but it was quite senior. So I reported into, I think, Sue Huggins at this point, who reported into Kevin Gilland. So it was two levels down below exec director.
We can see that what Mr. Isme is proposing to define and manage a coordinated response plan which defends existing challenges and deters future challenges in the most pragmatic and efficient manner. Do you know why that was the proposed strategy, to deter future challenges?
I don't actually. So as I said previously, this was me coming into this space quite new, and I think the only reason I was in this was because of my involvement with the Ferndown case, and my moving into the role that took on responsibility for the contracts.
But do you know why a business would not instead have as its purpose to examine on their merits any challenges that its agents may bring?
Well, it should have. I mean, this is a very biased kind of view from Rod when he's put this together.
And just looking further up on the distribution list, do you know whether any of those people, many of whom we're familiar with, said, hold on, Rod, this is a biased view? So
the senior people in here, Mike Young, exec director, Kevin Gilland, sorry, the format's gone, I can't really read it. It's obviously Susan.
Yeah, so Mike Young, COO.
Yeah, Susan, legal and compliance director, but general counsel as I knew her. So Chris Day, chief finance officer. Sue, I think, was my line manager at the time. John Scott was very senior. So these are all very senior people in here, and I don't recall that anybody challenged anything here, but they might have. I don't know. So this was me.
Did you challenge it?
I didn't. This was me stepping into this as a new person in this arena.
That purpose, that strategy that's set out there, that was the strategy that the Post Office maintained largely until you left, wasn't it?
I don't know. I disagree. I think, and you know what I tried to do especially was try to get under the skin of what had happened in branches and to investigate those cases. So I wouldn't say I was in this space at the start in this anyway. I didn't challenge it because I said I came into this new, but as I left, I was clearly into a different space.
Let's look at what Mr. Isme said. Under background, throughout the last 10 years, the Horizon System has been subject to a number of unfounded criticisms in the national press. Reading this at the time, would you have known what that suggestion was based on?
No. I mean,
criticisms were unfounded.
Sorry, which bit?
That criticisms were unfounded.
So I think this comes back to my earlier comment about rumblings. You know, I was aware of some things, very few. This was me coming more into a national view of this because everything prior to this had been very contained within my area of work, as opposed to, because there wasn't anything on a kind of business level at that point. So this was me first seeing this at the national level for the first time, I think.
It's also faced questions in the Houses of Parliament and allegations in court by former sub-postmasters and their legal defence teams. Post Office has consistently won its prosecutions, and presiding judges have made statements which had been expected to deter further baseless allegations. However, the challenges continue to be made. Did you know whether the statement, the Post Office has consistently won its prosecutions, was true or false?
I would have no understanding of that at the time.
Would you have just accepted that on its face, that the Post Office had consistently won its prosecutions?
I would have taken that at face value, yes.
Did you know of any presiding judges that had made statements that it had been hoped might deter baseless allegations, but despite the work of the judges, the challenges continue to come?
Not that I could recall.
Again, would you have taken what Mr. Isme said as being true?
At this point, I would have, yes.
The situations have arisen in a minority of cases where the post office has dismissed the sub-postmaster for financial irregularities, and the sub-postmaster has claimed that it was the accounting records that were wrong due to IT issues rather than the money had been stolen. Shoesmiths are acting for several former sub-postmasters who have come together in the GFSA. The post office has received commonly worded letters before action. These are precursors to claims for damages. They request significant materials. The post office had around 20 cases which it wished to take to court where the defence blamed Horizon. Do you know what that's a reference to? Cases that the post office wanted to take to court?
No. I would have no knowledge of the cases at that point.
The post office is confident that Horizon isn't at fault. Do you know on what basis that statement was made, the confidence that Horizon was not at fault?
No, other than that was the understanding within the business.
You refer in your statement to that the messaging coming from the business, the messaging from the post office.
Yeah.
Which individual person was giving you that messaging?
There wasn't an individual person. I remember when Horizon was installed and rolled out that the message was, this is the most secure, the largest and the most secure system in Europe. And I don't know who said that, but I always remembered that. And that in itself gave confidence in that system. But I can't say that I ever remember a particular person. But that was the general messaging, and certainly the feeling, what was believed within the organisation.
So you can't identify an individual? No.
And it would have been over a number of years. It wouldn't have been, just one person. That was the understanding, genuine understanding within the organisation at the time, that I was aware of. I mean, there's parts of the organisation I wasn't aware of that I've since seen quite damaging documents on, but I wasn't aware of that.
What are you referring to there?
Well, just the comments in, the receipts and mismatch, those type of, we need to keep this quiet. We don't want the Horizon integrity to become known. Those are the things I'm referring to.
I mean, when we ask questions of those people at those levels, they say it was the people above us that were telling us that Horizon is the largest system outside defence in Europe. It's very secure, processes X million transactions a day, Y billion transactions a year. There's no faults with Horizon. It's been independently assessed. Auditors have given it a clean bill of health. It was the people above us, you, people of your level, that were passing that messaging down to us.
Well, it wasn't me at my level then, because I wasn't at that level. But just looking at, I mean, if you look at the distribution list on here, I was one of the more junior people on this list. As I said, I just started to come into this, and therefore I wouldn't have challenged, and I would have taken everything at face value at this time because I was new to this space.
I think you were responsible for communicating the Post Office's messaging to ministers or members of Parliament.
No, not
Did you not attend meetings with MPs?
I would have, but not at this time. So in terms of the meetings I attended, in terms of the meeting I attended with MPs, it was it was 2012, as we were getting into that the second site investigations, and obviously we've got documents that refer to those. Prior to this, I would have been working in a regionalised role. I might have had some local meetings with MPs, but it would have been a other normal kind of business that I can't remember exactly, but it was in 2012 that I really started getting involved in this.
You met, I think, with MPs twice on the 10th of May 2012 and the 18th of June 2012.
That's correct.
And that was prior to the Second Sight interim report, obviously a year before then.
It was before Second Sight had been engaged, actually.
And can we look at the second of those meetings, which you attended with, I think, 6 MPs, including James Arbuthnot, by looking at JARB 601. Can you see the attendee list?
Yes.
Scroll down a little bit, we can see that it includes you. And this is the minute of the meeting of the 18th of June. Can we look, please, at the foot of page 1? Alice Perkins, then the chairman of the company, gave background information and the Post Office's perspective. It's a completely separate entity. She became aware of the issue when she joined in August 2011. It was very serious. The Post Office recognised full well that the matter was very serious for sub-postmasters and mistresses. Over the page. Second paragraph said that the matter involved treading a tightrope regarding questions of money. The Post Office and its staff are stewards of large quantities of cash. The cash does not belong to the Post Office. It's in transit as it comes through the Post Office. There is the issue of trying to not put temptation in people's way. And then Miss Venables begins by saying that temptation is an issue, but that trust in the Post Office as a brand is absolutely paramount. Were you involved in briefing Miss Venables or Miss Perkins for this meeting?
Not in relation to the narrative you're seeing here. So what I'd been asked to do for the May meeting was, there were 2 cases that they wanted me to be able to pull the information together on, to be able to talk through at the first meeting. And the 2 cases was, it was the Joe Hamilton Tracy Merritt case, and because they were their constituents for both of those MPs, that was what I was asked to do. And then that flowed, the June meeting was a follow-up to that May meeting with an extended audience. So my involvement was not in pulling together the briefing information, other than my specific slot on the agenda, as it were.
Were you party to any discussion with either or both of Miss Perkins or Miss Venables beforehand, in which it was decided that the thing that should be mentioned is the temptation that faces sub-postmasters?
No.
We should try and drop a little poison in the MP's ears, drip a little poison in the MP's ears?
Not at all. I wasn't part of that conversation.
Was there a deliberate strategy to put that idea in the MP's mind right at the beginning of the meeting, focusing on the temptation faced by sub-postmasters?
I don't think there was, but I can't comment. I mean, if I go back to the May meeting, I wasn't in all of the meeting with the MPs, so the format or the running order was that Alice and Paula, and I'm not sure if Alwyn actually met with James Arbuthnot, as he was then, and Oliver Letwin, both MPs. The agenda had a number of people on there. I was one of them, and I had a slot. So basically, we were waiting outside the meeting room or in the cafe area of the building, I think, and we were called in to do our slot. So I wasn't party to the preamble for that meeting.
Ms Venables continues, of the 11,800 employed, only a tiny number are presenting cases where there's an issue of alleged fraud. problem is therefore relatively small. Sorry, it's relatively very small. The Horizon system is very secure. Every keystroke used by anyone using the system is recorded and auditable. Did you know that that was the case?
Not firsthand, no.
Did you believe what she said, that every keystroke
I did.
used by anyone using the system is recorded and auditable?
I believed that was my CEO. I had no reason not to believe her.
Do you know who briefed her?
I don't. What would normally happen is that the briefing would come from the relevant departments. I would have expected it to come from our IT function, and that would have been, I think Leslie was the Chief Information Officer at the time.
Would you expect, therefore, that to come from Leslie Sewell, the Chief Information Officer?
That would be my expectation, but I don't know if that happened.
Can we move on in the meeting, please, to page 3? One of the MPs, Andrew Bridgen, at the top of the page, asked whether there had been any case where the discrepancy was the fault of the system. And you see 3 passages up from the foot of the page that's being displayed there. Paula Vennell said that going back to Andrew Bridgen's question, there had not been a case investigated where the Horizon system had been found to be at fault. Did you know whether that was true or false?
I didn't know either way. I believed it to be true because that's what she said, but I didn't know either way.
Do you know who briefed her, if she was briefed to say that?
I don't know. I mean, if it depends what she's referring to as a case. If she's talking about a criminal case, then I would have expected that briefing to come from someone in the legal department. But it's not specific, and I don't know. I'd be speculating.
Can we go back to page 2 in that connection, please? At the foot of, there we are, at the foot of what Ms Vennell said there, every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system thus far has found in favour of the Post Office. Did you know whether that was true or false?
I didn't know either way.
Would you believe it because your CEO was saying it?
Yes.
Do you know who briefed her, if anyone, to say that?
Again, I don't know who, but I would have expected that to come from the legal team, given it was talking about prosecution specifically.
I think it follows that you wouldn't have been aware at this time, in June 2012, that at least 3 sub-postmasters had in fact been acquitted.
I wouldn't have known.
Did you know about the case of Nicola Arch, accused of stealing £32,000 and unanimously acquitted by a jury at Bristol Crown Court?
That's not a name I'm familiar with.
Having said that the system was at fault for the alleged shortfall and that she had repeatedly reported the matter to the helpline but had got absolutely nowhere with them.
I wasn't aware of that case.
Were you aware of the case of Susan Palmer, who'd been acquitted by a jury in Southend Crown Court in January 2007 and had said in her defence that the Horizon system was responsible for the loss and simultaneously prevented her from challenging any Horizon figures with which she had not agreed?
No, and again, it's not a name I'm familiar with.
Were you aware that in 2006 in Northern Ireland, a lady called Maureen McKelvey was acquitted by a jury?
No.
And that in the course of her trial it had come to light that an area manager, her area manager, had experienced problems with balancing Horizon at her terminal when she had come in to examine the system?
Wasn't aware of that at all.
Who would be responsible for, putting it neutrally, fact-checking the type of information that Miss Vennells is telling a collection of MPs here? Every case involving Horizon that's been taken to prosecution has found in favour of the Post Office, when that's just false. Who'd be responsible for putting together information that would allow a CEO to say something like this?
I'm not sure whether there was one person overall with overall responsibility. My experience of how the business worked was that there might be somebody holding the pen on the brief, but they would then reach out to the relevant directors or heads of in those particular areas to get the appropriate response. So looking at this, I would have expected this to go into the legal team.
But put it another way, Ms van der Bogerd, would you expect careful and diligent checks to have been made before going on the front foot?
Absolutely.
Because that's what this is. This is going on the front foot, isn't it? It's facing the MPs down.
Yep.
It's saying, move along, MPs. There's nothing to see here. That's what this.
Yeah.
That's what that line's saying, isn't it?
Well, I mean, say in every case, that's quite a strong opening statement. So I agree.
It's the kind of information where she's using the court system as a prop, almost. It's not just us bringing cases. It's the juries and the court system that's finding them guilty. You can be assured, MPs, that there's nothing to see here.
I can't disagree with that.
It's consistent with Mr. Isme's plan as well of 2011, isn't it? Robustly defend in the hope of deterring further challenge.
In terms of his purpose, his opening, yeah, I agree.
You can't help us to establish the steps that were taken to confirm the veracity of the information given to members of Parliament here.
I wasn't involved, so I don't know where the information's come from. I'm not actually sure who held the pen on the brief.
Thank you. So I wonder whether we could take a break there. I think it's between 5 to and 3 o'clock. I wonder whether we could break until 10 past.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms van der Bogerd, can we look at the briefing for the meeting that we were just talking about on the 18th of June 2012 by looking at poll 3027722? And was it common, I think you're familiar with this document, was it common for a briefing pack like this to be put together for any significant meeting in particular with MPs?
Yes, it was.
This is, I think, 33 odd pages long. You can see that there's an index at the front. If we go to page 2, the attendee list is set out, and then proposed agenda is set out, with the lead from the post office or the MPs being identified and the minutes to be allocated to their speaking part. And as you said already, you were slated to deal with 2 cases.
That's correct.
And if we go over the page to the 3rd page, please, we can see Mr. Arbuthnot was going to give an introduction, and then, as in fact happened, Ms. Perkins was to speak. And would you understand these to be, I mean, it's entitled Key Messages. It's essentially a speaking note.
Yes.
And if we can look at that page, please, as well as looking at JARB 601. Thank you. And so we can see that the overall introductions were indeed given by Mr. Arbuthnot, and then Alice Perkins did speak. And you can see that to an extent she follows the briefing or the speaking note. You can see 2nd bullet point on the right, take this issue very seriously. Her 2nd paragraph of the minute, very serious one for the post office. Mention of reputation, which equates to the 2nd bullet point, yes?
Yes.
And then you can see her last line of the minute, very serious for sub-postmasters and mistresses, involved as it was invariably life-changing, equates to 2nd bullet point. This impacts the lives of individuals. Yes?
Yes.
And then go over the page on the left-hand side, please. Enormous change at the post office. Tightrope regarding questions of money. Money is mentioned in the 2nd bullet point on the right. Public money is at stake. And then there's the line, there is the issue of trying not to put temptation in people's way. That doesn't appear to be something that she was briefed to say, does it?
It wasn't included in the briefing, the initial briefing pack.
Was there another version of this briefing pack then?
Not that I'm aware
I think this
of.
is the latest iteration of the one that we've been given.
That's what I believe, yeah.
And just help us with these things. When you're going into a meeting like this, is there, in addition to the formal briefing, a kind of a scrum down beforehand in which people exchange ideas and come up with additional lines?
There might be in some occasion. If there was on this one, I wasn't involved in it. But as ever, these are briefing packs, or they're not meant to be scripts. They're meant to be, this is what we'd like you to think we should be covering.
Thank you. I'm just looking, I'm going to examine the 3 things that I've highlighted in the meeting. The temptation spoken to by Miss Venables and Miss Perkins. The line, every case taken to prosecution involving Horizon has found in favour of the post office. Mm-hmm. And the line, there's never been a case investigated where Horizon has been found to be at fault, and just see whether any of those three big claims appear in any of the briefing notes that were distributed before the meeting. So if we go to what Ms. Vennell says, so if we turn over the page on the right-hand side, please. Confirm above, postmasters are key to our business. Support our branches, we have a help desk. Horizon is used in branches to manage accounting. Sub-postmaster has any questions or concerns. She's confident about the integrity of Horizon, built on robust principles of reliability and integrity, undergone many external audits, and no problems of this nature have ever been raised. On a technical level, then there are 3 bullet points. Occasionally we get incidents of fraud. This is unfortunate as it's public money at stake. It's important we protect it. Even in cases of fraud, we do try to treat the agent with care and respect. And so the line about every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system has found in favour of the Post Office was not part of her briefing either, was it?
No.
And then if we go to page 3 on the left-hand side, please. The line in the middle of the page, Paula Vennell said that going back to Andrew Brigden's question, there had not been a case investigated where Horizon had been found at fault. That doesn't seem to be part of her briefing either, does it?
Not from the other document, no.
And so I'll ask again, to your recollection, was there anything done outside the preparation of this 33-page briefing pack for Miss Perkins and Miss Vennells to give them information to deploy at the meeting?
Not that I'm aware of or can recall. Paula and Alice might have decided to meet themselves.
Sorry, say again?
I said Paula and Alice might have decided to get together themselves if they wanted to discuss kind of what they were going to cover. But I don't recall, but I don't remember being in another meeting. Because normally, you know, you'd have a prep meeting, and then you would go into the actual meeting. So, sorry,
No, I'm just trying to examine where these 3 big claims come from. It's all about the temptation. We've never lost a case. Horizon never been found to be at fault. Where they came from?
I can't see from the information that they've come out of this. I mean,
No.
there seems to have been from...
You were in the meeting. Did you think...
I was in...
Hold on, goodness me. Paula Vennells is gone off the reservation here.
So for this meeting, which is different to the May meeting, I was in the whole of this meeting. So it wasn't as if I just came in for the slot. I was actually in all of this meeting. It's not unusual from my experience for, you know, there to be a briefing pack or speaking note that the person who's then that was directed at might change it without feeding back to the rest of the attendee, as in the rest of us. It's not, that wasn't unheard of. So
Freestyling.
well, I wouldn't say freestyling, but I suppose adding their own potential emphasis. Or
These aren't points of emphasis, are they?
in terms
They're
of,
big claims, aren't they?
no, I'm saying in terms of how they would normally approach. I'm not saying in this case. I'm just saying in general
Okay,
terms.
well, let's look at this case. You couldn't really say these are points of emphasis, can you?
So, I mean, they've chosen to shine the spotlight on to certain aspects of the briefing pack and bring it more to the fore, is what I'd say. But
None of these are in the briefing pack.
no, well, there's the touches on some of it, the general theme, but
Go back to the left-hand side, please, on page 2. Every case taken to prosecution that involves Horizon thus far is found in favour of the Post Office. Where is that touched on in the briefing pack?
other than reference to occasional incidents of fraud.
That's a completely different point. That's about the incidence of fraud. What Ms Reynolds is recorded as having said is when the cases get to court, we always win.
Sorry, I was involved in the briefing pack. I was involved in that. I don't recall anything in between to get to the final version. So I think I would just be speculating. But I don't remember any further conversations to say we're actually going to dial this up or dial this down.
That's what I'm asking, largely in advance of Miss Reynolds and Miss Perkins coming to give evidence to us. Was there an occasion, to your knowledge, at which the information we see, let's tell them about temptation, let's tell them about Horizon always winning in court, the post office always winning in court, let's tell them that when any Horizon case has been examined, it's never been found to be at fault?
So I remember this meeting. I remember the May meeting. I remember the prep meetings. I don't remember anything else in between. And just going back to what we've said, out of the three things, the bit about temptation is the one that I would have said something on. I mean, I wouldn't have been aware of the other information.
Why would you have said something about temptation?
Because, as I said earlier, my view, and very strong view, is that postmasters were very honest, hard-working, decent people. They didn't come in to defraud the business. There were occasional situations where, as I would say, the situations got the better of the postmaster, and I've got, live examples of that from my own experience. And I would have said at that point, well, look, just remember these are very rare occasions. The other two I wouldn't have been able to comment on. And that's why I'm saying I don't remember a conversation in between those two things.
And then lastly, you were in the meeting when Ms Reynolds said these things. Every case taken to court, we win.
Yeah.
And Horizon, when examined and investigated, has never been found to be at fault. Did those things strike you in the course of the meeting? Hold on, the chief executive has gone off-piste here.
Not really. I mean, I would have taken that as she has a broader knowledge than I have, and she's has information that I don't have. And that wouldn't be unusual, given my role. I mean, if you think my role in here was to talk to two cases, then I wouldn't have seen that as being unusual.
Can we take both of those down, please? Thank you. And turn to the second site initial investigation. I'm going to move through and not examine the process by which second site conducted its initial examinations and investigations, or the provision of information to it by the post office, but instead look at the response to the first second site report.
Okay.
Can we look, please, at poll 00115919? This is the briefing note to Ms Reynolds again, yes? You remember, in readiness for the second site report.
Yes.
To what extent were you involved in formulating this briefing?
I don't really remember, other than I'm trying to think of the timeline. So when with Project Sparrow and Belinda as the program director for the project, then her and her team typically would have held the pen. But in terms of aspects that I was involved in, I would have fed into that. So it would have been a collective, usually a collective approach to get into the content of such a briefing. But I actually can't remember exactly on this one.
If we look at page 7, please, a passage that we haven't looked at before. So it's the foot of page 6, in fact. Can we see the forward strategy heading?
Yes.
And then if we go on to the following page, page 7, those 4 paragraphs. To what extent were you involved in formulating this forward strategy?
So I was involved in conversations. In terms of, was I a driving force in the strategy for this? No, I don't believe I was.
Who was the driving force in the strategy?
I'm trying to remember. So if we look at, in terms of meeting with James Arbuthnot, I think that would have been Alice, Paula, possibly Mark from the comms team, Mark Davis, possibly. But definitely in terms of the 38.
Can you speak up a bit, please?
Sorry, definitely in terms of the 38, in terms of the comms strategy. I don't know. I think in the early, my recollection of the early days of the conversations we had. So it would have been Alice, Paula, Susan, Leslie Seal would have been in at the start as well, and Simon Baker, myself. Would have been early conversations. But as in terms of driving this through, I can't recall exactly who. We had our areas of responsibility.
So plan A was to try and persuade Mr. Arbuthnot to postpone a meeting with Second Sight. Plan B was to prepare what's described as a full communication strategy with rebuttal and tactics in line with an approach aimed to minimise reputational impact on the post office. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Was that the strategy that was in fact adopted? Rebuttal and tactics aimed to minimise reputational impact?
I think in terms of the reputational impact, because the feeling was with Second Sight at this point that they weren't evidencing quite a bit of what they were claiming. So I think
Who was saying that they weren't evidencing what they were claiming?
Sorry?
Who was saying they were not evidencing what they were claiming?
So that was in terms of looking at what they were saying. They hadn't. So this is the interim report, isn't it? This is 8th of July interim report. So prior to this, there were 47 cases that were really feeding into this, and that's through the spot reviews. But the time we got to the interim report, if I remember correctly, there were only 4 spot reviews that Second Sight were speaking to, and my memory of that is not one of those 4 cases has actually been concluded. So there wasn't an absolute outcome, and I think that's what was driving, and it was a collective view. I'm not saying anybody, it was a collective view that there's an issue being raised or an allegation being made. There's some investigating work being done, but actually they've not concluded that yet.
The interim report at least highlighted problems with Horizon, didn't it? Including the 2 anomalies as they were described.
Yes.
In fact, a third as well. Was there any consideration given within Post Office that should we look deeper into Horizon to see whether there are any other problems with it?
I don't think there was.
Was instead the first priority to be damage limitation and reputational management?
I don't think it was as stark as that. I think
Protect the brand at all costs.
no, that wasn't my sense at the time. My sense was this was the precursor to the scheme. We had done this was almost it was a year on from when Second Sight had been engaged. We'd had an awful lot of effort put into the investigations, but we had very little output. So this was about the fact that the rebuttal would be in as much as there's claims, allegations, but they're not being substantiated with the evidence because the investigations aren't concluded. I think that was the approach here, more than just an absolute brand limitation. That wasn't the driving the driving force behind this,
Let's
from
get
my recollection.
Let's get rid of the independent investigators and get one of the big four involved. Paragraph 40.
Yeah.
Why was that the plan?
I think it was because, my early recollection of before we engaged Second Sight, I remember being in some of the early conversations about what we should do in terms of approach, and at that point it was kind of one of the big four, but that was dismissed in terms of preference going with Second Sight. And
Why was the preference for Second Sight before they'd done their work?
Sorry, why do we go with Second Sight?
Yeah, before they'd started their work. Why did you go with them?
I'm not exactly sure. My take would be that that would have been less costly than getting one of the big fours in. But also, I think, around addressing some of the other issues that would be claimed, that would be outside of the Horizon system itself. Because, as you've seen, the focus or the scope expanded when Second Sight got going and said we had to expand the scope, which is what we went with.
And why, after the independent reviewers had produced their independent report, was consideration being given to replacing them?
From my view, that was simply around cost and lack of output.
So one of the big four would be cheaper than Messrs Henderson and Warmington?
I'm not saying they'd be cheaper, but that I think we might get to a conclusion more quickly than we were seeing at this time, because this was a year on and we had very little output, but had spent quite a considerable amount of money.
Or was it that they were proving to be a little too independent for the post office?
Well, that certainly wasn't my take.
Or was it the take of anyone else?
I don't know. I mean, that certainly wasn't shared with me.
Did anyone blame Susan Crichton for suggesting them?
At the time, I didn't think so. I mean, I've obviously been listening to things this week.
Susan, you've got us these people in. They're a bit too independent for us. Why don't we go for one of the big four?
So that's not
who we can manage and control.
So that's not a conversation I was aware of. I do remember in the early conversations, Susan saying, I know these people, and quite clearly saying at the time, I'm not making any recommendations. I've worked with Ron. If you want me to, I can set up a meeting and you can take your own view. I do absolutely remember that conversation at the start. So what you've just said about there being too independent, that wasn't something that I was party to in terms of conversation. I was working quite closely with him at the time, particularly Ron. And yes, he was very challenging. And so they should be. I mean, that's what I expected them to do.
Were you aware of a suggestion that Susan Crichton had failed to mark Second Sight properly?
Not before listening to her evidence yesterday.
Were you aware of chatter within the business, rumblings, that Susan Crichton's job was on the line because she had, A, introduced reviewers who were a little too independent, and B, when they were introduced, had failed to mark them, i.e. control them?
That wasn't something I was aware of. And actually, Susan leaving was quite a shock to me.
Why did you think she left?
I suspected it was to do with the fact that Second Sight weren't delivering the output in that time period.
So it was about the quality of Second Sight's work?
It was about the timeliness and I wouldn't say the quality, it was the quantity. The quantity. We weren't seeing the outputs. And
so she felt embarrassed that she had introduced Second Sight and they weren't producing enough work quickly enough.
That wasn't the impression I got from Susan.
Why did you think she left?
Look, I mean, I've listened to her evidence this week. I wasn't aware of what the conversations and what was going on in the background. I knew Susan had introduced Second Sight to the business. She hadn't recommended them, but she'd introduced them. And we were in that space of that was a good thing. I'd seen, I'd seen their pack, and they came across as being very credible. So I don't think I never personally thought she was ever embarrassed by anything that they were doing, but she was aware that we weren't getting the outputs that we thought we would by that time.
Can we turn on in the document, please, to Annex 1. Which provides an overview of the process. So if we move through the document to page 8, please. And if we look at the bottom part of this page, under the Post Office activity, it has provided continuous support to Second Sight and responded to all 10 spot reviews. It has, and then second bullet point from the bottom, liaised closely with Fujitsu so that its expertise on Horizon supports every response. And then lastly, collated and interrogated transaction records where Second Sight has referenced particular identifiable transactions. Taking those points in turn and bearing in mind you were, I think, responsible for managing the provision of information to Second Sight. Was it right that Post Office had liaised closely with Fujitsu so that its expertise supported every response that was made?
That wasn't me liaising with Fujitsu. So
Sorry?
That wasn't me liaising with Fujitsu.
No, I didn't ask whether you were liaising with Fujitsu. I asked, do you know whether the Post Office liaised with Fujitsu to support every response?
My understanding was that yes. And I think at this time it was Simon Baker that was leading on that.
It records, secondly, that the Post Office collated and interrogated transaction records where Second Sight had referenced particular identifiable transactions. Did the Post Office only check transaction records?
For the spot reviews, I don't think so. I think we went wider. We certainly did in the Lepton case.
Why does this say then that the Post Office interrogated transaction records? I'm thinking in particular about event records or ARQ data.
And I'm trying to remember. So in the Lepton case, I did have a number of conversations with Ron on that one. Then we did actually get the ARC information, I think. It was definitely a more broader conversation because we needed to get more information to understand what had gone on in Lepton Branch. I can't recall. Again, I think this would have been Simon facilitating this from Fujitsu.
Okay, were you aware of the extent to which audit data had been examined by Fujitsu for all of the spot reviews?
I can't say that I was.
Do you know if why that would not have been done?
I don't know why it wouldn't have been done because that is the approach that we adopted for the scheme, and this was the precursor to the scheme, so it might very well have been done, but I couldn't say that I was aware categorically.
I thought you were responsible for the management of the provision of information to Second Sight.
No, I did say I thought I said earlier. wasn't responsible. I was facilitating the flow of information to Second Sight, but
so it came through you.
Some of it did, not all of it, but it was more of a collective approach. And Simon, from the IT team, because he was IT and change, I think it was Simon that was liaising with Fujitsu. Our contact at the time, I think, was Pete Newsom, who was the account manager from Fujitsu facing into Post Office.
If, as seems to be the case, the Post Office was utterly convinced that its system was robust, would there be any reason not to interrogate all of the data held by Fujitsu.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes. If, as seems to be the case, the Post Office was completely convinced in the integrity of its system, the robustness of its system, would there be any reason not to investigate all of the data that Fujitsu held in relation to all of the spot reviews?
So I would have expected it to have been investigated.
The ARQ data, enhanced ARQ data?
I'm not sure about the enhanced ARC data at the time, but definitely the standard ARC. Which would have
Why are
been,
you not sure that the enhanced ARQ data would have been the subject of examination?
I don't know what they would have requested.
Who's they?
Again, it would have been Simon. I think it was Simon Baker in terms of liaison directly with Fujitsu.
But these paragraphs here are intended to give comfort, aren't they, to Ms. Reynolds, that Fujitsu have been closely involved and data has been obtained which backs up the Post Office's response to Second Sight, doesn't it?
I agree.
How could this have been signed off then without a full understanding of the extent to which Fujitsu did in fact assist the Post Office in the investigation of spot reviews?
And that might have been the case. So all I'm saying is I wasn't directly involved in that, and I'm not sure. I can't recall that absolutely was the case, but it very well might have been.
Thank you. That can come down. Can you remember a plan to ensure that the Post Office took on the role of investigating cases raised by sub-postmasters rather than Second Sight?
No.
To bring things under the Post Office's control and then remove Second Sight from the process completely?
So I've seen some information disclosed. And from memory, that certainly wasn't at the front of my mind. And other than if we were to go into a business as usual situation, because having established an approach, and I'm talking more about the scheme, I very much was of the view that we needed to embed that into business as usual so that we did have the support to be able to investigate issues within branches that sub-postmaster raised with us. But in terms of mid-scheme, I mean, yes, I was involved in some of the conversations, but I never saw that as a I'm not sure I saw as a reality, to be honest.
You weren't aware ever of a plan gently to ease Second Sight out of the equation?
I mean, I've seen documents that have said that, but that wasn't in the fore of my mind at all. I mean, I was working very closely with Second Sight on these cases.
Can we look, please, at poll 00381544? This is an email exchange to which you weren't party. It's a couple of weeks after what we've been looking at just now. And it's an email exchange between Mr. Baker and Miss Reynolds. He was leaving, yes?
Yes, and I wasn't sure of the timeline, but I can see would have been close to it, yeah.
Few closing thoughts. Here they are, nothing radical. And his first indented paragraph: the primary focus has to be proving to JFSA and MPs that we can take on the role of independently investigating cases. Just stopping there, can you conceive of any circumstances in which the Post Office could ever independently investigate itself?
No.
The sub-postmasters were making allegations against the Post Office, weren't they?
Yes.
The sub-postmasters were making allegations against the Post Office's system, weren't they?
Yes.
The Post Office could never independently investigate them, could it?
No.
And if you'd seen this, would you think that's just absurd babble?
So when I saw that for the first time, which I think was this week, I was amazed at the content.
He continues, that way we can start to bring things under our control. That was always the plan, wasn't it? A concern amongst senior leadership. It was a bad thing if investigation of complaints were not under the Post Office's control.
So that wasn't my take on. So when I got involved at the start in the early conversations, it was about genuinely getting to the truth, getting under the skin and understanding whether there was any substance to the claims that were being made by mostly former postmasters at the time. So, you know, this is, as I said, I found this quite amazing. You know, I was startled by what I'd seen in here, and that wasn't why I'd voluntarily got involved, because I did step into this of my own volition.
Was the Post Office's concern that if things are not under our control and are instead a little too independent, we can't influence the outcomes of them?
Well, from the disclosure I've seen, then I can see that, but I wasn't a party to those conversations. You know, I genuinely believed when we engaged Second Sight, it was for genuine reasons, but I think we didn't expect it to have gone on as long as it did. But saying that, the cases were much more complex to investigate than I think anybody anticipated at the start. I'm sorry, I'm probably drifting a little bit more into the scheme here.
I.e. the concern was we want control over the process, and in that way we can have control over the substance of conclusions.
Again, that wasn't my view.
The suggestion is that the plan to do this is to augment Second Sight with Post Office resources, build up our credibility, and then at the right time remove Second Sight. That's what happened, isn't it?
Well, in terms, are you referring to what, closing the scheme? Again, all I can say, I wasn't aware that this was the plan.
It was the early plan, according to this.
But I wasn't part of that conversation.
And if we look at the next paragraph, the strategy was said to fall almost entirely upon your shoulders.
And that certainly wasn't what I was aware of.
At this time, which is the end of August, did you know that it was the Post Office's plan to remove Second Sight?
I mean, I'd been in some meetings, I can't remember which ones, where it was reported about concern about Second Sight rising cost, not getting the outputs, and there were some alternatives being mooted about, you know, bringing in some additional resource. But it's only through the disclosure process I've seen the extent of some of those conversations.
Was the concern that they were a little too independent for the Post Office?
I didn't think so. As I've said, it was about the level of output and the cost. I didn't think it was about their independence, because I was part of the working group and they were clearly, their role was to be independent. And that's how we operated.
According to Mr. Baker, the strategy was going to fall on you. You were seemingly in charge of easing Second Sight into the wings and then out of the equation. Were you ever told that you held that role?
No. I said this was a complete shock when I saw this.
Did you ever do anything to carry that strategy into effect?
I don't think so. I mean, I was there to investigate the issues from postmasters. I mean, again, overlap with the initial inquiry for the spot reviews and then going into the scheme. My role was to lead the team to do those investigations as thoroughly as we could. In the initial inquiry with the spot reviews, I only had a couple of people doing that. And then we built, then obviously going into the scheme.
You'd worked very closely with Mr. Baker, hadn't you?
No,
No?
not before getting involved with this, no.
No, I'm talking about in the second site
Oh, sorry.
investigations. You told us already that he was responsible
Yes.
for the IT side of the provision of information.
So the first time I met Simon Baker was when we were having the early conversations, which would have been in 2012. Throughout that period, which would have been about a year if he left in August, then I did work quite closely with him at that point.
So for a year or so, you'd worked closely with him on the second site project.
Yes.
Do you know how it was that he seems to have held the view that the focus had to be to bring things under the Post Office's control and then at the right time remove second sight without having told you of it?
I mean, Simon was having lots of conversations with Paula and I presume Alice. He was working to Leslie Sewell at the time. I can't remember when Leslie left either. But that's certainly not a conversation he had with me.
Ultimately, the Post Office did remove second sight.
Once we'd completed the investigations into the scheme cases, yeah.
Are you saying that was unrelated to the plan that's described here?
As far as I was concerned, yes. But again, I hadn't seen this.
It's a bit like the email of the 5th of December. It comes as a bit of a shock to you.
No, it's different. I mean, that 5th of December was sent to me. I just hadn't read it. This was never sent to me, I don't believe, because I've definitely never seen this. And this, I think, is a private note from Simon to Paula. So this is different altogether.
Thank you. That can come down. To your mind, did the second site interim report of the 8th of July 2013 raise concerns over the integrity of Horizon?
I think going back to my earlier comment is that there were allegations and issues being raised without it being supported with the evidence. So in that respect, it wasn't conclusive, but it did raise concerns at that point.
Concerns that needed to be investigated?
Yes.
It raised the existence of 3 bugs that had operated in the past.
Well, we disclosed the bugs to them. So in that respect, it gave, I suppose what it did do is it brought, it made it public.
On that, do you know who disclosed the bugs to them? There's quite a few people claiming credit for disclosing the bugs.
So my understanding was it was Simon Baker who provided the information to Second Sight, but I've seen other things that say that that's different. But my recollection from the time was that's how it was.
And so there was some credit for Post Office there, because this was voluntary disclosure without pressure from Second Sight. Is that right?
I presume so.
You were aware at this time that the Post Office had prosecuted very many people in the past based on Horizon evidence.
I wouldn't say very many. I was aware of some.
What was your impression of how many people the Post Office had prosecuted in the last, say, 13 and a half years?
I'm not sure at that point I had a number. Clearly I've seen the number since, but my early recollection is that I wouldn't have been aware of the number of cases at a national level. It would only been the ones that I would have been involved in or close to.
Even if it was some cases, you would have been aware that the information in the Second Sight report and the revelation of the bugs may have impacted on those prosecutions?
As I said earlier, I wasn't close to the conviction, the process for the convictions. And
can you help us what you did do? So far today, that you said you weren't close to many things.
No, I've said the prosecutions, I was not involved in prosecutions.
Not involved in briefing, not involved in IT, not involved in the provision of information concerning Horizon to Second Sight, not involved in investigating those early complaints about Horizon that I raised, not involved in considering the impact of the Second Sight report on convictions. What were you doing at this time?
So I had a separate role as well. So I was doing whatever my business as usual role was, and then I was working closely on, at this point, on the spot reviews with Second Sight.
Did anyone say to you, we might have a problem here? Some of our prosecutions have been based on Horizon data, and that data may not enjoy the integrity that we thought it did, sufficient for criminal court purposes. Something needs to be done about that.
So my understanding of how the cases that had been prosecuted, the conviction, the cases that had been gone to court, was that they had been properly investigated at the time.
Where did you get that understanding from, that the cases resulting in conviction had been properly investigated?
That was my general understanding of the approach to prosecution. So there was my
Where did you get that understanding from?
I must have asked somebody, because I'd never seen a policy on there, but my understanding from just growing up in the business, as it were, is that the process was quite rigorous in it was investigated by the security and investigation team. It had oversight from our internal legal team, and it would have been Royal Mail in the early days. Any case that was being put forward had external legal advice on it as well, and then it came back into the post office to get general counsel's sign off. So
where did you get that, in some respects, faulty understanding from?
I'd been speaking to people. I mean, as we went through and I can't remember the exact timeline, but as we went through the process, I remember having a conversation with Roderick Williams to say, and particularly when I found out about Gareth Jenkins, and that's probably later, but and I remember saying to him, so what's the impact then? And his response to me was, oh, it's fine, we've got QC looking at it, or we had look at, so they've looked at the implications on the past convictions. So for me, then I'd satisfied myself that was in hand, and that was outside my area of scope or knowledge, and I took it at face value from the legal team.
You said there when you became aware of the issue relating to Gareth Jenkins.
Yes.
What was the issue that you became aware of?
So it was that we wouldn't be using Gareth in any cases going forward. And
were you told why?
Not to the extent that I've seen now.
What were you told as to why
so again,
you were using him?
I'd asked Rod, and he said, there was an issue with some of the evidence.
This is Roderick
Williams. And I worked quite closely with Roderick Williams throughout all of this spot review and into the scheme, and then the GLO. His response to me was that there was an issue with the evidence he'd given. We've had a QC, as it was at the time, look at that, and there's no issue. It's all been looked at, and there's no issue, but we won't be using him as a witness going forward.
So there's no issue?
In respect of the cases, the past cases.
What did you understand there to be meant by there is no issue?
That they were safe. The convictions were safe. Didn't need to be reopened.
And why were you being told this?
Because I'd asked.
Why had you asked?
Because it didn't sound normal run of the course that we had been using a witness in cases, and we at that point were still prosecuting, and there were still cases going forward, but we were no longer using the witness that we had used previously. So I wanted to understand why that was.
What did it got to do with you?
Because I was concerned at that point.
So you were concerned with the Post Office's prosecution practices?
I was concerned about the fact that why would we not be using a witness that we had been using previously? So there was something not quite right about that. And I asked the question, and I probably didn't probe deep enough, but I got a response that satisfied me in terms of my knowledge that we'd had QC look at that, assess, and the verdict was that everything was okay.
Can we look, please, at poll 406375? Oh, that's the wrong reference. If you forgive me a moment, Miss Madam Bogerd.
Okay.
Sir. Whilst Mr. Blake helps me on that, but were you provided with a copy of an advice written by a barrister called Simon Clark concerning Gareth Jenkins?
No.
When was the first time that you saw that?
In this pack, disclosure pack.
So in the last few weeks?
Yes.
What did you think when you read it?
Well, it certainly filled more gaps, you know, in terms of reason why, and it certainly had more significance than what I recalled had been relayed to me.
Why was it more significant than had been relayed to you?
Because, and I'm not familiar with all the language used in there, but because it had implications on the cases, and that he had breached his code, his duty to the court. I'm sorry to say I'm not familiar with the terminology, but that was, you know, very significant in terms of what I read.
Thank you. Poll 406357. I think that's what I called out. Ah, perfect. Thank you. If we just look at the last page of this, please. And scroll down. We can see it's dated the 15th of July, 2013.
Yes.
And if we go back to paragraph 37, which is up a couple of pages, I think. What does all this mean? In short, it means, and I'm going to insert the right words here, Gareth Jenkins has not complied with his duties to the court, the prosecution, or the defence. 38, the reasons why Gareth Jenkins failed to comply with this duty are beyond the scope of this review. The effects of the failure must be considered. I advise the following to be the position. Gareth Jenkins failed to disclose material known to him, but which undermines his expert opinion. The failure is in plain breach of his duty as an expert witness. Accordingly, Gareth Jenkins' credibility as an expert witness is facially undermined. He should not be asked to provide expert evidence in any current or future prosecution. Similarly, in those current and ongoing cases where Gareth Jenkins has provided an expert witness statement, he should not be called upon to, over the page, give that evidence. Rather, we should seek a different independent expert. Notwithstanding the failure is that of Gareth Jenkins and arguably Fujitsu, this failure has a profound effect upon Post Office and its prosecutions, not least by reason of Gareth Jenkins' failure. Material which should have been disclosed to the defendants was not disclosed, thereby placing the Post Office in breach of their duties as a prosecutor. By reason of the failure to disclose, there are a number of now convicted defendants to whom the existence of bugs should have been disclosed but was not. Those defendants remain entitled to have disclosure of that material, notwithstanding their convicted status. I've already advised on the need to conduct a review of all Post Office prosecutions. That review is presently underway. There are a number of current cases where there's been no disclosure where they ought to have been. Here we must disclose the existence of the bugs to those defendants where the test for disclosure is met. Where a convicted defendant or his lawyers consider the failure to disclose material reveals an arguable ground of appeal, he may seek the leave of the Court of Appeal to challenge his conviction. Was it reading those paragraphs in particular that caused you concern when you got this recently?
It all caused me concern, actually. But
Sorry?
it all caused me concern because that, when I asked the question, that wasn't the response that I got.
What's said here is not consistent with the assurance that you got, is it?
No, it's not.
And so I'm clear about it, this assurance, from whom did that come?
It was from a conversation I had with Roderick Williams. I can't remember.
That conversation in the context of how this advice should be dealt with, if at all, in the disclosure to Second Sight.
So I wasn't aware of this advice at the time, and I said I've only just seen this document. The conversation I had with Roderick was about, and I don't know exactly when it was, but it was at the point at which I learned that we were no longer going to, we couldn't use Gareth Jenkins as a witness in future cases. And it was at that point I'd asked Roderick, well, why and what does that mean? And that's the response I got from Roderick. But I say I don't remember the time, but I certainly had not seen this advice.
Do you think, looking at the conclusions that were reached in this advice, you ought to have been told about it?
Yes, I do.
And is that because of the role that you were then performing?
Well, in July, we were moving into the scheme. So we launched the mediation scheme in the August. And there were discussions in the working group about the safety of the prosecutions, the cases. And again, I still wasn't brought into this detail at all.
And the inquiry has got evidence that the advice that we're looking at was sent to Martin Smith of Cartwright King,
Okay.
to Susan Crichton, the then General Counsel,
Okay.
To Roderick Williams, to Hugh Flemington, to Andrew Parsons, to Simon Richardson, to Jarnell Singh, and to Gavin Matthews. Did any of those people draw its conclusions to your attention?
No.
Did any one of them...
Sorry, there's two on that list I don't know. The Gavin and the... Sorry, the last...
Gavin Matthews.
I don't recall that name at all.
Yes.
And not the next one up, but the one up above that.
Andrew Parsons, you knew who?
No, I knew Andrew Parsons.
Simon Richardson?
Didn't know Simon Richardson. Everybody else I'm aware of. But no, I did not have this information brought to my attention.
You, I think, carried on having extensive dealings with Andrew Parsons over the years.
Yes.
Right up until 2020.
Yes.
And not a thing was mentioned by him
No.
about this, about the reasons why the Post Office had to sack Gareth Jenkins.
Well, I don't think Post Office actually sacked Gareth. Well, he worked for Jiu-Jitsu anyway, but Gareth Jenkins...
Sack him as shorthand. Stop using him as a witness in any of its cases.
So I didn't have that. I don't think I had that conversation with Andy Parsons, but we did use Gareth Jenkins in the GLO.
You're ahead of me again, Miss.
Sorry, apologies.
In that context, did anyone say, including Mr. Parsons, hold on, we've been advised that, this is my summary, not theirs, that Mr. Jenkins is a tainted witness whose reliability has been found on advice to be compromised. Therefore, we can't use him in any capacity.
No, not that I remember. And the words tainted, that as I said, my recollection of my conversation with Roderick, and it was Roderick, and I don't believe I had a conversation with Andy because I wouldn't have raised it because I'd had a response from Roderick, was that there was an issue with his evidence and therefore we can no longer use him as a witness, which is very different to what you just said.
The advice can come down from the screen. Tainted, incidentally, was a word used by the QC that you mentioned, Brian Altman Casey, expression was never used, even in the context of the GLO and the assistance that Mr. Jenkins was providing in the GLO.
Not that I can remember.
Were you aware of a further advice written by Mr. Clark dealing with the suggestion that a member of the post office had given an instruction to destroy or to shred evidence and not to write anything down in order to avoid disclosure duties to the court?
I wasn't when I was... I've seen it as part of the disclosure pack. I wasn't aware that we'd had advice. I was aware of the shredding situation, but I wasn't aware that the advice had been given.
Okay, what were you aware about the shredding situation?
So and I'm sorry, I'm struggling with some of the times here. So Gail Peacock, who was working with me at the time, had been attending the Horizon, I think it was a weekly call or meeting.
So a weekly Wednesday hub?
Something, yeah, I can't remember the exact details. I never was involved in those meetings, but Gail Peacock, who was because Gail worked for me in the branch support programme, I think it was around that time, and she mentioned to me that John Scott had given this instruction.
Did she say how she knew that it was John Scott who'd given the instruction?
She said it was John Scott.
Yes, did she say how she knew that it was John Scott? Was she giving you the impression that he had given the instruction to her?
I can't remember, but she said to me, John Scott. Now, whether he was in the meeting or not, I don't know, because I said I wasn't in the meeting. But it was a case of John Scott had given this instruction, and just disbelief, if I'm honest, about that.
What was your understanding as to what was done about the shredding instruction given by the head of security?
My understanding was that Susan Crichton intervened and put a message out there that clearly should not happen. Not that I ever think, I don't even know whether anybody did destroy anything, because I'm sure Gail wouldn't have at the time. So, but Susan intervened and put that straight, was my recollection of it.
So thank you. That is a convenient moment to break, if it's convenient for you, until I think 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, I think you may know, Mr. Beer, that my assessors and I will be there tomorrow in the hearing room.
Yes.
We, I think, can leave it at 9:45, but to a small extent, there is, of course, a risk that the train from South Wales may be late. But I think we'll leave it at 9:45. If the worst happens, you'll just have to wait for me for a few minutes. But if it's on time, we'll be on time.
Thank you very much. So 9:45 then. Thank you.
Before I break, Ms. Van den Bogerd, it is customary for me to tell witnesses who are adjourned overnight that they shouldn't speak about their evidence. I no doubt you've heard that before.
Yes, sir.
I no doubt you don't want to speak about your evidence, so please comply with that request.
I will, thank you.
Thank you, sir.